Good morning, Vietnam and Vietnam Associates. Welcome to a relatively red start, but hopefully a wondrous day. We're just starting a few minutes early because I wanted to point out, look at where that pre-market is and how it lines up with the Fibonacci on the Gantt chart there. Pretty impressive. And again, as I've said a million times, I don't really understand the witchcraft, but it's witchcraft that works. It's these Fibonacci numbers. It's just so weird. It's essentially the rule of thirds being applied. People like to divide things by twos and threes, and that's partly why you find support and resistance at half or 33% ish, give or take. So 25 and 40 is give or take, right? Anyways, but just how accurate, like that's almost exactly on the line. That's crazy. So, anyways, yeah. So if you're ever kind of looking into the future, these little Gantt boxes are pretty good. At least it's a good, if you have nothing else to go on, they're good to hang your hat on just a little bit. It's crazy. All right. So we are 2 minutes from party time. I'm going to go get some liquids and a whole bunch of pharmaceutical drugs. Yeah. Get hopped up on the drugs. BRB. All right. Yep. So good times. Just taking a look at these numbers. Yeah. So I don't know where she's going to go. There's still a lot of energy to go up. But personally, starting this low, I don't know. But people are, crazy buyers. So it's all up in the air. A 5% on open usually, sets kind of a warning. And then you'll see in the beginning, it's anyone's game if they're going to take that or erase it. Because the pre market doesn't define the day. The opening salvos will, for the most part. But it's hard to know who's going to come out and play today, I guess. Well, I guess we'll find out in about 30 seconds. No point speculating when the answers are just around the corner. Yeah, so we're at the 75 and we started at the 61. So we're in the lower quadrants here. 20 seconds. Ooh. These are dangerous days. What a time to be alive. All right, market's open and we're starting a push. Pretty good push. It's our opening volume. 6 million. So even lower. So each day it's getting slower. Oof, good push. Yeah, it doesn't look like they're able to do it. Well, that's not a good sign. So they're not able to push. So here comes the red. Now they stop the red. That's a good sign. Still anyone's game. Normally the green, when it can't do what it wants to do, that's a really good sign of a reversal. And the red, you saw how big the red is compared to the green. But then the red got stopped. So I guess it's anyone's game who's going to win. With red currently winning. But green's putting up a good fight. Not bad, not bad, not bad. At least we'll have an interesting day. Not even moving. Jeez. Oh, that's why. So green was basically pushing up and red was pushing down. And now red is taking control on low volume. Relatively big sell off. Still not critical. Remember yesterday we're swinging by the dollars, right? It's not yet critical. Still not a good sign. Green's putting up a fight, but it's obviously not enough. So eventually red's going to overpower it, which you're seeing right now. Which means these are going to get ramping up red. If these reds get bigger and bigger, then it's going to go into a full-on run. Yep. All the other ape channels are probably doing damage control right now. Well, stocks go up and stocks go down. I'm just here to give you sports commentary. Yeah. Well, we can speculate till the cows come home about the reasoning. But this doesn't look too bad. We've stopped it. This isn't too bad. Oh, never mind. Spoke too soon. We were leveling out there, but I guess Red had other plans. So if this can't be stopped, we'll travel down to about 46. before the turnaround. Hopefully we can get this out of our system before 10:30. Okay, so we're leveling out again. But we need to hold this floor for more than a second or so. So this is the strongest time for the buyers, right? So if they're not able to push, right, it doesn't spell well for the rest of the day. And we saw like the opening salvos, if you will, are the first couple minutes, like first 5 minutes. So you saw green put up a huge push there, right? Right at the very beginning. And then it was just swamped. And so once it was swamped, that set the tone. But again, like that's why you don't generally buy in the first couple minutes because, or sell in the first couple minutes because you don't know where it's going to go. Because green tried, but ultimately red, you know, decided today's the day. Yeah. Now, is this going to hold? We'll see. The volume's moderately high. If going on high, this might be a hold. It'll probably get hit down about halfway with this much volume. If you're seeing a pattern across multiple meme stocks, then it could just be a general market pullback. So in the market itself is pulling back, and then the meme stocks are going to be a proportion of that. So me as a big business sees the Dow go down 5%, so I decide to liquefy 20% of all my meme stocks, something like that. So we're not tied one to one. We're probably an amplification of a broader thingy. I don't know what the word I would want to use here. Broader process. I guess it would be the word. Yeah, instead of thingy. Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly it, Howard. You also get to set the message of the day, Howard. You have 200 characters at your disposal. Oh, that one? Sure. And it is done. Look at you, Tom. You're playing in the big leagues. How much did you gamble to get the 1,800? Or better yet, what was the percentage return? Is really what I'm curious about. Because amount doesn't matter. Percentage is The only way you can measure apples. So this looks like it's going to roll. So if this comes down and meets the bottom, it'll make a power S shape, but in the wrong direction. And that will lead us into a crasharoo. I'm going to guess green's going to try their hardest to stop that, though. Buy the dip, it's on sale, blah, blah, blah. Like we've seen for the last week. Yep, green's trying. I'm guessing you're not in AMC? Is what you're trying to say, Paul? I hope you're not a theater. It's all good. Yeah, well, technical analysis is technical analysis, right? You know, there's many ways to skin a kitty. This is just a cat that we are on the chopping block. Yeah. But I'm glad I provide a service. I'm just flying around in Space Engineers while watching this chart, which looks like it's going to go take an arrow to the leg. Yeah. The La Kitty bounce. Yeah. It's possibly a dead cat bounce, but I won't know until it happens. And then it's hindsight's 2020. I can't tell if this is going to be a W, if this is going to level out into a U shape. Like it's anyone's game right now. Which if I was like looking to get into the market, I wouldn't touch this at all because it's like you're a second away from a red slap down, but green's putting up a good fight, but that's only because red's letting it do it. So it's like, you don't know, fuck, no idea. Because you can see the green volume is nothing compared to the red volume. So red is essentially allowing green to do what green is doing, which means at any moment, red could wake up, get angry, whatever euphemism you want to use, and completely slap that around, right? So. Capitalist surface man. Nice. Now is Jake Paul. The last fight with Logan Paul, that guy's a YouTube celebrity, isn't he? Yeah. Or economic practice and realism. Oh, I like the U.S. style of capitalism. At least when it comes to markets, the U.S. style of free markets is the only way to go. And unfeathered capitalism on a government level is no good because people are less valuable. They're a commodity, right? To be used, abused, and bought at the lowest value. But on an economic level, the idea of free markets, open fair trade, blah, 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 you can't beat it. Closed markets don't work. Centralized governments don't work. Communism doesn't work because human greed gets in the way, human values get in the way. So capitalism is the worst, but for potentially for humanity, but it's the fairest because it works with greed. It rewards greed and greed balances. So you're not fighting the human condition, you're working with it, which is why it would last and why it works. So I like that. obviously I'm more socialist. I put people first, governments second, businesses last. A business is rarely anything more than a parasite. But without businesses, your government and your country cannot be strong. So you need free enterprise, but free enterprise should not come at the expense of your citizenry, right? And your government should not, take over and screw your citizenry either. And if your citizenry goes rogue and decides they're going to be a bunch of dickwads, then the government should punch them in the face. So by that, I like a little bit of authoritarian on the political scale because, if you have ultimate total free speech, you get a Florida. If you have, sure, you can be crazy, but if you're too crazy, we are going to do something about it, then you get a Canada or a Sweden or a Norway. So, anyways, that's my view on the spectrum. But I do like the American markets. I do like American style capitalism. Just the political could, yeah. Still better than Africa. But of all the first worlds, it's questionable. Yeah. Yeah. That's why I keep saying America has great institutions. The core is good. It's just the political poop that has evolved from basically, well, the lack of journalism is really education and journalism are two things that the US needs and suffer. They don't have. And it's partly because there's no money in, educating people. Consumption is how the US economy works. So people consume, the economy goes forwards. Smart people consume less. They don't work as hard or they work jobs that aren't as trivial, right? So you need a certain level of your population dumb, consuming out of fear, greed, primal, right? But that unfortunately, when taken to the extreme, leads you with, a lot of questionable folks. It's not a W yet, but it looks like it's going to be. Yeah. 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 It's not a W yet. Like, I mean, it's starting a W, but if it looks like it's curving at the 50% mark. So if it curves, then it was a W. If not, it'll be some mountains. Might be a continuation pattern. I really can't tell you. It's still too early to tell who's winning, which is probably because neither are winning. So when it's too hard to tell, it's usually because both sides are almost equal in strength. And so I can't see into the future. I can just see what I can see. So one of these people are going to give up. One of the sides are going to get weak. And then that will tell us if the day is a down day or an up day. But right now, we started down. Green hasn't been able to fight back. But now red's not putting up a fight. So you tell me what that means. Red is clearly stronger. But if red's not fighting, then green is technically by no contest stronger, right? But then when is red going to kick in? When is it too high or too pricey? And so these are the questions like nobody can answer, right? And that's why I'm doing this technical analysis and just talking randomly to you guys. That's what's going through my head. I'm trying to weigh all that out. What it's trying to show me, I'm trying to piece all that together in real time. And right now, it's really hard because, yeah, like red looks like it's winning. Now green's winning. We're going into a mini pennant, which means indecision. So we should be curving or going up, and we're basically wiggling on the spot. So it's like, what are we doing? And the answer is the stock doesn't even know. Yeah. Oh, there you go, Belts. You'll eventually find your inner peace. It comes with time and experience. But I'm glad you're still with us for the social aspect. So there's a time where everyone has to kind of walk away. Yeah. I dare not look at my bank account. It is scary. I don't know. ETF? I really don't know. Usually when you see symmetry, it's because they're in a portfolio and then somebody is moving the portfolio on the Bigum scale. It's usually it. And if you match the index, like if you're following the ups and downs of the Dow, then that's almost exactly what it is. Because they'll tie the portfolio to automated trading. So when the Dow does this, you do this. And so if the Dow goes down, you do this. And so the robot that's doing the auto trading is essentially taking its cues from the broader market and then shifting an entire portfolio of things. So they all sell at the same time, they all buy at the same time, blah, 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 blah. Yeah. That's usually when you see what people keep calling coordination or manipulation. It's like you just don't understand what's going on. Everything's a hedgy manipulation because you're so confused. There might be manipulation, but it'd be so small, you'd never fucking see it. Unless, of course, it's a robot and someone's liquefying their entire 20% position of AMC, and then you'll see it. It'll look like WandaBot. Yeah. Or Citadel, or no, Citadel, Vanguard bot that stopped us from going below 5.5. Man, they held that floor. That was pretty impressive. We could not go under 550, no matter how hard we tried. Oh, yeah, penny stocks can be manipulated. Yeah, penny stocks can easily be manipulated. When I say stocks, I mean publicly traded $5 or more stock that have like, $100 million in assets at least. Like I don't mind small cap, but it has cap. Because yeah, if you're trading penny stocks, that company may have $1,000 of assets. Somebody puts $1 million into that company, and they've just what? I don't know, 1,000 timed the share price, basically. So they can be easily manipulated with very little money. I mean, even with $60,000, I could 60 times that company myself, let alone if you guys got in, right? So you can easily pump and dump. Yeah. Because then someone puts their 60K in and I take my 120K out and he's left with, nothing. Hence the pump and hence the dump. So we're rolling. So it looks like, yeah, it was a failed W. So this could be a really microscopic crown shape, but it's probably just a elongated pennant. If we were to collapse, it would have been on that red right there. We didn't. So that's speaking to possibly going up. But we are drifting down. So if we go sideways and down, we'll eventually collapse because we'll drift past a certain point and there'll be a sell-off. If we can manage to get a little bit of green drift up, then I think that will finally be us stabilizing. So that's Dodge, right? You're not trading penny stocks. That's crypto, I think. Oh, really? Oh, I didn't know you were doing penny stocks. Yeah. Ah, cool. Okay. Good to know. Let's see here. Yes, Chilo, a bot can raise the price of a stock, but generally, why would you do it, right? Because it would cost you money to keep inflating a stock. So it's a good idea if the stock is going to come back down, or sorry, it's going to go up on its own legs, right? But you're better off just buying in at a lower price instead of driving the price up. But you could if you wanted to. That's legal manipulation. You can time your buys to help support the stock. That's all legal. because you're taking on the risk that if it goes down, you're losing money. There's no guarantee it would go up. Oh, neat. It's all good. GOA. It's not on here. Wish, really? Like, is this wish.com? No. It's like wish.com's taking off. So we're the third most traded stock. Fourth? 1, 2, 3, fifth. Fifth most traded stock today. Athlon Medical, Clover Health, Wish, and Clean Energy Fuels. Holy fuck. This is up. What the fuck number is that? 346. Holy shit. And it's still going up. Where's the bottom? Oh, here it is. So it went from a $2 stock to a $10 stock. That's not right. Oh boy. That's going to come down. It might still have legs. You might be able to get in on this and just ride it. Especially if it breaks over 1048. You probably could ride it to 14. This is high risk, but might be worth a look. Holy. Or at the very least, buy some puts. I don't know. Whew. That's that one's a bit of a gambit because you're so high up. You're almost at 4 times your money. You know this baby's going to crash. And, shit. Crazy. There goes Clove. Yeah. Let's go back to us. Yeah. Crazy. Well, you could bet on the way down because like AMC, right? We were at 70, 3 days ago, 4 days ago? Like you're guaranteed to go down. If you buy some puts that are out, a month out, I could pretty much guarantee you'd pay out. I mean, nothing's guaranteed, but you shouldn't be able to keep that height for quite a long period of time. So it'll come back down to maybe 5, 6 if you started at 4. But 10 to 6 is still a ton of money. For those degenerates in the crowd, that might be something. My money's all locked up, so no dice for me. Geez, 19 in the pre-market. So it came down from 20. Yeah, okay. So even there, it went up way too high, too quick, too fast, right? No, this is not. I wasn't talking about AMC. That was for another stock that just went up 400%. For AMC, the recount would already be priced in. So if the recount was really something that actually mattered, it would have already been priced in. So judging how we're down 10%, what is that telling you? Either it doesn't matter or it's a negative thing. But I'm going to go with it doesn't matter. That would explain AMD. Holy crap. Wait for them to come out and say psych. No, when you price things in, you're anticipating. So people that are smarter than me have already figured out the answers and made their bets accordingly. Well, the 100% of the float would never, well, it can be, but it will never really be owned because your market is constantly fluctuating, right? Like in one day, we traded 6 times the float. So it's like, okay, six times a share has passed through someone's hands, right? So if everyone was locking down the float, we wouldn't be able to do that. But yeah, it's all good. Just putting it in perspective. The idea that the float's bought up or whatever, it doesn't make any sense to me. The util can be 100%, but that just means banks aren't loaning out or brokerages are not loaning out any shares because they think it's going to go up. Or sorry, they think it's going to go down. They'll loan if it's going to go up because they'll get the shares back at a higher price, but they won't loan if they think it's going to crash. Yeah. Yeah, but that's the percentage that's owned, right? But that's of the float that's currently taken. It's not 80% of the float, it's 80% of the float that's taken, right? So we don't know how much of it is in the air, right? The in the air would be market makers. Because technically, I guess every share is owned. Because when you put the share back on the market, it's technically going to the market makers. So I guess you could argue that 80% of it is then owned if it's in the retail's hands. I guess, yeah, you could reverse engineer that, right? So there's 20% that's basically floating. Because I guess the market maker would count as an institutional. But I think that number may actually remove the market maker's float. So it's saying 80% of this, because they don't count as an institutional, right? I don't know. I'd have to look into that. It all depends on how they get their numbers. Because if not, usually the market maker would have a boat ton, right, of shares. But they only hold on to them as soon as they can, and then they get rid of them and sell them off. So their overall control might be small because they just keep enough to keep the liquidity. But they do take on a big position. If everyone's selling, right, they suck up all the shares as it goes down. And as everyone's buying, they unleash all their shares. And then they level out for the pennies. Because if you buy it increasingly lower prices and then you sell at the equal price going up with a penny difference, then you're basically making a penny every time. A penny on the sale, a penny on the buy. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, you could technically, or you can, even we can, technically short indefinitely. There's no time limit to shorting. There's only a time limit if your brokerage or whoever's loaning you the shares wants them back. If no one's loaning you the shares, you have 2 days to settle your account, the settlement period. And so you got to find those shares within 2 days. Now, to my knowledge, because they have naked shorting has been illegal since 2008. So I think naked shorting may be if you can't find it within 2 days, you're now severely punished, or you have to have the shares before you even start to short. I don't know if, the exact legality of it. It used to be you just have to find it or you get punished. But I've been trading with a brokerage forever now. And so when I was on Interactive Brokers, you could technically short without anything. Now you get the shares loaned to you automatically. So I don't know if you can do the other way again. But that's real shorting. That's what shorting used to be. So yeah, so Porsche was probably trying to buy out that company, right? So this is a hostile takeover. I don't know enough about the history of that, to really comment at the very moment. Looks like we're going into a breakout. But a hostile takeover, you take over 51% of the company or more, right? When the share price is low, and then you basically force them out because you have controlling ownership, right? But you can also, if you're an activist investor, you can take a controlling position and then drive up the share price through making the company better or just doing some magic, and then you profit and then you bail out. And that's what a lot of these debt management companies are, like Wanda. Wanda wanted to take over AMC, but then Wanda took over the role of basically, we're going to make your company better so that we can bail out because the political climate in China won't allow us to take over a U.S. theater. So we're going to bail out at a higher price. Silver Lake Capital, I believe, is doing the same thing. So they sold at $23, but they basically financed their debt, and then they get a pile of shares. And then if they can convince the company to stop sucking, they make a lot of money. So that's a very valid play. Yeah. Yeah. Porsche basically was trying to take over Volkswagen, to my knowledge, and then they failed. And then the squeeze actually defended Volkswagen because the price got so high, they couldn't afford to take them over. Yeah. And then Porsche said, fuck it. And they dumped to get out. And then there was basically a massive turnover, I think is how it worked out. And that's why you had like is it why you had the dip? No, it's because Porsche bought up all the shares they could find, and people were piling in because they saw the price go up, and then they got priced out. People got squeezed, blah, 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 blah. I think that's how it played out. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's it. Because the dip wasn't Porsche getting out, I don't think. You'll have to tell me because I don't remember it offhand. Not really relevant all that much. All right, so we're leveling out. Looks good. So they would have owned 74% of the company then at that point. Or is that available float? If it's available float, it's... Oh, okay. That's probably available float. So they didn't have enough to take over the company, but they basically tried to power play by buying up the float. That's fine, Chilo. You made some money. There's no harm in that. Congrats. Every win counts. Yeah. Yeah, the war, or the golden era of corporate warfare was basically the 1990s, late 1980s to early 2000s. And it was just mergers, acquisitions, and like it was open war. It was crazy. And yeah, there's some pretty cool shit, coming out of the 80s. And when the markets and digitalization and computers got into the mix, it was just nuts. Absolutely nuts. Now it's the rise of the retail trader, and it's kind of all leveling out. Or the rise of dumb money, basically. But eventually, dumb money will become smart money. So you'll have a lot more smarter people playing, and that's going to increase volatility across the board. And then it will settle down as they start to, not panic all the time. But as they're learning, new guys come in that are learning, and then the cycle's just going to continue. But I have a funny feeling they're going to introduce new legislation to put a hamper on stock trading. Because they're going to be like, this is too crazy and we're losing money. and they'll just make up some dumb rule like it's unfair to hedgies rule. You know, yeah, hedgies must make money rule. It'll be something like that. I mean, the easiest way to get a government to pay attention is just to threaten their money. All right, so it's looking much better. So we're leveling out. So this might turn into a crown shape. But we should be over this pattern before 10:30, so we should be okay. Because the crown shape would be about 5 minutes. So it'd crash now. Then we'd have 5 minutes of stagnant, and then it would crash again, which puts us at about 10:20. So I think we're okay to avoid the dip. The rest of the market is stable, but it hasn't gone anywhere. So if I look at here, yeah, see, it's basically sideways, basically poopy poop. Yeah. Yeah, I'll put up Space Engineers since we're going a little slower now. Yeah. So if this goes back down to 51, then we would be, excuse me. We'll be looking at a crown shape. Looking at a crown shape. So when you see a crown shape forming, what that means is you generally don't want to buy. The riskiness of falling back onto another support line, which is what you just did, is high. So if you would have bought 3 minutes ago, right, you can see it looks like a crown. You should just stay out of it until it gets up over 52.10 or whatever. Because essentially, you're going up. These are your warnings. Here, you now got the top of a crown. So you don't want to buy anywhere after this green until it gets over 52.63. Because the likelihood of it going down is quite high. If it decides that it's going to power through, then you buy on the upswing once it passes 52, and then you get the bull run, kind of like this, right? So then it's here, and then it powers through, right? But here, unless you see a power through, which you don't know, nobody knows what the next color is going to be. So your probability is very high that it's going to go down. So it should level off where it is now. Then it'll come up, go sideways, and then crash all the way down to 49, or it will swing back up. But generally, this looks like a crown shape, so it's going to have a little bit of a meh and drop. Is usually what happens, unless they decide to crank that volume. I don't think that's too accurate, Larry. It might be AMC, the company, has only that many shares to sell, but that's not the float or the open market or anything. Because you can see the bid and the ask is only 5-cent spread. So we're definitely on a tighter market. So there's definitely a reduction in overall shares or a reduction in overall people playing, which means liquidity has gone down. And we don't really know which one, but we can judge by the millions in volume that it's most likely a reduction in shares. So there's less shares on the market, fundamentally, is what causes the spread to be wider. but you don't know if that's because less people are bringing their shares, there's less people playing, or there's more people playing and they're gobbling up all the shares, or there's more people playing and they're not putting any shares on the market, right? Like it can be any combination of all of that, right? All you know is that there's less shares on the market, so the numbers are wider because it's not flooded with shares. But you have to kind of guess what that is because there's no real way of knowing, not without, I guess Ortex may tell you. Ortex might estimate and tell you. But there's no real way without paying money, I think, to know that. Yeah. Plus, it's a good skill to have. If you're constantly having to go look up Ortex and pay, gazillions of dollars a month for all this data stuff, you can just look at the indicators. You don't really need to know. It doesn't really matter too much. So here's your crown shape. It's just an indicator to let you know that something's up and the game is changing, basically. So pay attention. This crown shape should go down to 49. It might stop at 50. No, they're stopping it. Not bad. There might be hope. The Green Rebel Alliance might pull a rabbit out of their butt. There's a glimmer, a shred of hope. That crown shape should have completed, but Green's, well, not doing much. It might still complete. But there's at least a glimmer of hope. Red is gone nap time, and green has gone nap time. You can see by the volume. So that probably means they're thinking. Because obviously, if you had this much volume, you don't just turn off the volume. So it means something's happening and they're thinking. The broader market's going green. So perhaps there's something going on that's positive and they're just weighing it out. I do not know. Hard to tell. Yeah, the markets are going back down. But there was a brief moment of positivity, which might have corresponded with what we got, right? This here, the brief moment of course of positivity might have, so we're in a downward crash as well. And this may have signaled, a market turnaround. Well, actually that looks really good. This one's kind of the S&P one's but the Dow one is good. So this one leveled out but punched through, and we're linked to the Dow. So maybe that's what's stopping our crash. So we want to go down to here, but the positivity in the Dow might be muting the downward slope. We'll still probably go down because the Dow is sorry, our stock is stronger than the Dow. If we want to go somewhere, we're going to go somewhere. But the Dow basically will give us a plus, let's say 200 to the up category. So oh, 1 second. Hello? Okay. So I just got an email saying, or sorry, a phone call saying my SIN number has a criminal attachment to it, and that if I ignore this phone call, I'm going to federal judge, and I'm charged with crime. Press one. I'm like, well, that's some good English you got there, and no. I'm waiting for a call for some health crap. No, what was I? Remind me what I was talking about just before that phone call came, though. It blanked my mind once they said it was criminal charges. What am I looking for on my phone? I wanted to look up something. No, I can't remember. Oh, yes, the Dow's giving us plus 200, right? So again, it's about energy, right? So if the Dow's giving us, oh, and that's what I was looking for. It wasn't on my phone, it was here. I wanted to bring up the Dow. Um, there we go. And yeah, you can see how we're moving fairly in line with the Dow. Here, I'll just stretch it so it's about the same amount. There we go. So yeah, so the Dow's basically giving us, you can look at that orange line and basically it's giving us a boost or a drain on the energy we have. And so it requires the opposite. So buyers or sellers to beat the Dow, then move the stock. So if the Dow's giving us plus 200, we are immune for red 200 and lower. We'll always go up. We'll drift upwards if red is 0 or, 200. Once it goes 201, we'll start to go down slightly, right? And that's essentially, it's money flowing, but you can think of it as energy or whatever, sentiment. So we can actually support, if the Dow's going up, we can support more negativity because people are getting angrier and they're scared of the stock. But the Dow lifts us up with positivity on our portfolio level. Then we hope that the positivity will come in for our people. And as long as they outweigh the unhappy people, we win. We go up, right? So, anyways, it's just a balance because people vote with their money, right? If they're unhappy, they're going to take action generally. It may be delayed, right? They don't immediately hit the sell button. Most people do, but a lot of people wait and then they get squeezed out or choked out or whatever term you want to use for when you're taking 100% loss. So, yeah, we'll see. But that's a core concept I reiterate from time to time because that's an important way to look at it, at least in my view. And you would want to see it level out a little bit more, but we're trending upwards. So when it starts to level out and starts to trend upwards, you might be able to get in and we'll start drifting up with the Dow and everyone else. But there's no guarantee. So I'd wait till after 1030 dip. If we don't get a dip, then I'd buy just after 10.50 if you really have to buy. But I think we're going to follow this line here. We're going to follow something like this upwards, because it looks like today we're kind of just drifting. In the beginning, you know, there was a little bit of a fight and there was direction, but right now it looks like we're drifting. And we should have completed that crown and we didn't. They pushed back. So that's a pretty good sign. They've stopped a crazy crash in the beginning. They stopped a second crash, a third crash, and then the crown, which is not much of a downwards. It's just a completion, but they didn't even let that finish. So it still got into that shape, which is negative, but they managed to stop it from becoming fully negative, I guess. So that all points to we're going up. So yeah, if you don't want to play it now, if you don't want to buy in now, because this could be a bull run right here, I would wait till after 10:30 or after 10:50. But if you can day trade, now's not a bad time. Or wait for this to come down just a little. Red will probably slap this. And then just buy in on this red. Give it a go. Yeah, but if you can't day trade, you're going to want to wait till the dip's over. It'll probably still keep going up after the dip, but you'll go down. And you could have got a cheaper price. Yeah, but green's doing a good job. Holding the line. So here, if this goes over the red, it's going to break out. So you'd want to get in now. And if it goes up just a tiny bit more, it's going to go for a run. It's getting stopped. Let's zoom in a little here. So there's your breakout. Doesn't mean it's going to go any further than that, but there's, 20 cents or so. Yeah. If you just buy the breakouts and sell when it shows weakness, you can essentially just reduce your risk profile quite a bit. Sometimes the turnaround will be quick, but you're only looking at like $100 loss or whatever. Ugh. As long as you don't end up like a bag holder. Yeah, not bad. So we shook out the red, and so that allows green to go up. Red's still pushing down on it, so we're not completely winning, but it's a positive, how to put it? Positive motions? Because I wouldn't call it a pattern. It's just a positive choice. Shows positivity. Yeah. So this might go into a run. So red is still trying to stop it, but red's not able to stop it. You can see the volume increased on the bottom. So that's showing commitment. So this is probably going to go into a run. You know, red's trying to lay into them, but I don't think they got the means. Yep. He's about to run. Red's trying, but they're going to lose. And the volume's weak. But I think we'll see a boost of volume just before green's about to win. Well, red's trying. So that was medium volume for at least the short term. And red's trying to give us the old college try. And let's see how green reacts. Green did not do good. Come on, green. Push. Deliver that baby. If it goes any lower, it'll go into a technical breakdown. So you're going to get a boost because it just went under the green to the left. Green's now pushing back. But green's been so weak the last 2 minutes. So I think the red, which is kind of still boosting for the next couple seconds, should be running out of steam now. Then green should take over. So green was just kind of stopping it from going down, but it's trying to hold back a wave of negative money, basically. Now it's time for green again. Once those people have been burned off, then it's green. Which is usually why it alternates between red and green. Because each team basically has a chance to try, and they burn out, then they rest, then they burn out and they rest. And that's why when you get green, 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 it generally means something, because they're not out of energy, they're gaining energy potentially if you look at the volume, and they're continuing, and the other side is trying to stop them, but they can't. In some cases, they aren't trying to stop them, but almost all the time they're trying to stop them. There's always people selling or always people buying. Sometimes there is nobody. We've seen that with AMC. It literally no one was trading, and then someone bought like a gazillion shares, and it just flew through the moon. Then they wake up, and then they start selling. But they didn't stop them on the way up because, some guy came out of nowhere and splashed, basically. And we saw that a few times on the paint drying days. Oh, those were brutal days. Yeah, at least these were moving. We got action, suspense, drama. I could have been a contender. So we want to stay above this green line so we don't break down. And we're still trending. It'd be the other way around, Chilo. Institutionals are the steady hands. The crazy, irrational is the retail investor. They're the ones that panic when they see red. The second they see 1 penny loss, they jump ship, right? They're the ones that cause, well, okay, I shouldn't say they're the only ones, but they're the vast majority of the damage, especially on the meme stocks. In stocks that nobody knows about, it's the institutional active investor. So it's the big fish that's like a hedge fund or an aggressive investor. They start mangling up stocks because, they're doing their thing, right? But in the case of retail owned stocks, they're going to add a lot of volatility. They're not a steady hand by any means. Now, with this idea of buy and hold, we have seen the hold part a few times, but that's only when they're not spooked. So, given enough effort, you can spook them. It's just right now they're not spooked, or at that time they were not spooked, right? But they can turn on a heartbeat. It's just they're trying to steady themselves, the retail investors in meme stocks, to try to endure so they don't crack so early. But that does not mean they're not going to crack. Institutionals, on the other hand, they buy in way on discount and they sell way on profit. It takes a lot to get them out because they didn't pick a short position, right? They bought for the long term, the $30 recovery, right? Whereas the retail's looking for a quick buck, and when they don't get it, they freak out, right? So it's at least that's my take on it. To answer your question, Chilo, or statement. I definitely think YouTube is helping steady the hands of what would have been a little bit more psychotic stock trading. But I think it'd be unfair to say that YouTube or me or other people like me are reaching the large amount of people. Reddit's probably reaching the most, right? But at the end of the day, I'm reaching maybe 1,000 people a day. And between the big three, they're probably reaching 6, 12. So they're probably reaching close to maybe 100,000 combined, maybe. Yeah. So I don't know. Yeah. I wish Reddit was a little bit more level headed, but you see all the level headed people, especially in Wall Street bets. They're like, holy crap, this is ridiculous, right? And then, they just get shut down by the fan army or whatever you want to call them. The fanatics. The tolerant get crushed by the fanatical is exactly. So much so, like, I don't even read Reddit most of the time anymore. There's barely anything good, and it's all just fighting or prayer posts. Wishful thinking. It's like, well, that doesn't get you anywhere on the market. Hoping, there's no such thing as hope on the market. Makes you feel good, but it doesn't care. The market doesn't even know you're alive. It's not alive, right? So it's like it has no personality. It does, but it doesn't. It's not living. It has no intent. Yeah, it's a collective, like the warp. It's a collective representation of our thoughts. So if we think positively, the market will think positively. If we decide to go on a holy crusade to wipe out the orcs and the enemies of mankind, then maybe it will spawn demons. It's just how the market works. All right. So that's pretty good. We dipped underneath the green line. Yeah. Yeah, Wall Street Bets was good before the squeeze. It just got flooded with new people, right? They went from what a 1 million to a 8 million person community in like the span of a week or two. It was nuts. And then all the bots came in and it was like, "Oh, Lord." Yeah. Yeah, alerts are good so you don't miss the boat. Yeah, we constantly had alerts for GME taking a nosedive. But now it's back in the clouds. So it's safe, at least for the short period, short term. Do. Oh, it's all good. It's all good. I'm glad to help. Yeah. I'm generally not too wrong. My timing is off, but it's also because of the volume. And generally what I try to tell you is comes from a good place. So I hope it's beneficial. You know. But again, hope means nothing, right? If I just spouted garbage, I could have the best heart in the world and I'd still be feeding you garbage. But, um, you know, I'm putting it into practice and it seems to work. So I think it's okay. Yeah. You know, professionals seem to agree with me. I agree with them. I think I'm on the same page because really the market's like human psychology. There's no magic answer, right? So it's just everyone's best explanation. So uh, I held off on selling covered calls, Cedra, because I thought it was going to upswing to 68. Because yesterday we had a really good lineup to break to 70. Today, I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, I could sell some covered calls. I got to find a brokerage that takes less commissions on options, though. I pay quite a bit, and it sucks. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah. I mean, I'm trying to provide a good house. Yeah. Well, at this rate, I don't think we're heading to 70. I mean, what do we got? Today's Wednesday, I think. Yeah. Slum loads? Wow. You yeah. Whoa. Yeah, you don't want slum loads. I saw the musical Rent. Damn hood rats. Yeah, this is potentially the three wise men pattern as well. We have a W on a tilt. So basically, this is going to probably be a continuation pattern. So you see it went back down. So the first one was like a 5-10 minute candles. The second one was 3-minute candles from side to side. This one, 2-minute candles. So you're in a continuation pattern, but you're tightening up. So it's like indecision, but with a direction. You're tightening up your frequency. The rate at which you go up, down, has now become quicker. And so that speaks that you're getting to a point of decision, which is the same thing as a pennant. The pennant, you start tightening down. And in this case, you're doing the same thing, but you're tightening on the time scale versus the, what the hell is it? Height scale, price scale. That's it, price scale. Yeah. Because when you get that kind of compression, it's like it's indecision as well. So everything starts speeding up in this case because we're taking less time to make a pattern, if you will. And so we're getting to a point where we're gonna bust because you have to have some change. And then we're also seeing the volume spikes here. So we should start speeding up on the volume scale, and then we'll break out one way or the other. Now, since we're coming up on 1050, I think the risk of a dip is over. I'm going to quickly look at the markets. The markets are all going up and considerably, or have gone up, and a fair deal. I think we're basically on the upswing. So we'll go into a U shape or a check mark from here. Yeah, let's see. Yeah. Yeah, it looks like they all had like a 10-15 dip. So they had like a dip around 9 whatever. They started off pretty bad and then they had a 10-15 dip. So for us, we started off pretty bad and 10-15 is right here. And so there's our corresponding dip, which we completely crushed by basically defeating the crown shape. So not bad. I think we're actually gonna scale. We're gonna go up pretty good today. Someone just sent me a message saying, if you think you're smarter than the previous generation, 50 years ago, owner manuals of a car showed you how to adjust valves. Now it just warns you not to drink the battery contents. Ah, good times. Yeah, we were in a pennant. I should redraw the pennant. I'll go do that right now, actually. Just gonna load up my brokerage. Trending on the 75 line. We could probably get away with this. So this would be our most likely trend line. There we go. All right. So the green in the middle there is our most likely trend line. Which we're currently pretty much on. So the upper green line is like the excited line, the middle one is the hedging, and the bottom one is the less excited line. Um, Now these time rings, you don't really need them in this case. I'm just going to use this for, well, I guess actually the time rings represent the Fibonacci's. So you could use those. You can see how this one here basically stopped at the orange. And the next one here will be the next, if this was a box, would be the next Fibonacci spot. So as we travel on this line, right, the curves here don't really mean anything, at least based on my analysis. They do actually mean stuff, but I don't use them. So as we travel along this line or attempt to, you're going to have to make this into a 90 degree. So this will be our ceiling, or sorry, 90 degree here. So we'll have a ceiling here, right? So we're going to be using the edges here as we go along. I'll keep sliding this this thing over, but this at least gives us a ballpark of where we're headed, potentially. There we go. Yeah. Oh, and so the pennant, because etc. mentioned it. So the pennant goes till tomorrow, but we basically teetered on a new low, and potentially this was a breakout from the earlier one, because the bottom's adjustable right now, but because we went down here and we didn't crash, this becomes the new bottom. But the bottom could have been up here previously. So this could have been a breakdown. We could go check to see if that was the case. Let's see. If I take this out of the way, if I take this, yeah, so that was a breakdown. So basically this was the breakdown, but because we didn't break down considerably, we now moved the wedge. Yeah. But if I drag this up to here, right? Because you see there's only one other data point, which is right here. And we know that data point's no good because did we have a breakdown here? We didn't, right? So if you would have drawn your wedge, 2 days ago, it would have not played out. But that's why you have to, go with what the market is telling you, right? You can't just draw lines and they magically work. There's a little bit more to it. Yeah, so. Okay, let's put this guy down here. All right, let's see it go. Six, 2. Yeah, you could go back further. I'm just using the lowest point, but you could realistically just extend this line into infinitum, right? As long as the angle's maintained, right? So I could go like, oh, there, right? It doesn't make a difference as long as the angle's maintained. And since this is going to be an intersecting point, then it's good. The only time it would matter is that if you had a lower point, which would then lift the ass end up. But if you took this one or this one, I would still want to be using this red. I'd be leery about, picking some other point like this. But even if you pick this point, it pretty much lines up. Where the gap up is. Yeah, you're talking about this. Yeah, you can stretch that further back. Yeah, it's fine. Generally, you want to use the top and the bottom of a green. I'm just putting this here for simplicity because I'm using the lowest point, the two lowest points, basically. Yeah, I see what you're getting at. But not terribly important, though. As long as the angle, again, is maintained. But a good thing. It's almost like when you go up really fast, you come back down overkill. It's kind of important. Heavy on the kinda. I know it seems important to you, but if the angle is maintained, then it makes no difference. The angle might be slightly up or slightly down. Yes, but you're probably like, if I needed a high level of accuracy, yes. But in this case, it's not important really for this. For what we're doing right now, not that important. We'll know when it breaks that line. a mile and a half away, it's gonna go, right? There won't be a doubt where that line is. And those lines aren't absolute anyway, so even if you get them perfect, it doesn't mean anything. I mean, it's better to have good information in, but they're not perfect. No, you're hinting on a real thing, Overkill. If it goes up too quick, the very likely next thing that's going to happen is a quick and immediate reversal. Like you can probably go look at Clove right now and go look at that other stock I just showed earlier today. And if they haven't gone Nova, give them a bit of time and they will. Yeah. Yeah, it really feels like we want to be at 50. It's trying. Yeah. I don't like this little bit of red we got going here. But it doesn't look like, let's put the Dow back up. Looks like the Dow's leveling out as well. So the markets are leveling out as well. So we're just a little delayed to what the market's doing, it seems. But we'll let this baby ride. Take a gander. Not bad. Yeah. And so you'll find that so for those that don't click the links, he basically drew a series of channels with equal spacing, let's say, going up the scale. And you're finding that it'll meet those lines a lot. And once you get the angle right, so if you find out the growth angle or the angle which the stock is dumping in money, like from the institutionals and the companies growing at a certain rate, right? Let's say the company grows 5% a year. You divide that up by your time scale, and that's its underlying growth. You're going to find that the share price tends to move with it because the machines and the robots that are factoring that in, the company itself, its earnings, all of that will play into its underlying growth. So if you draw a whole bunch of lines on that kind of similar angle, you'll find that it'll fit quite a bit. It makes for a good guideline. So one of those lines should be from, let's say, $5 to $30 in December. And then you build a whole bunch of deltas by, plus 10, plus 10, plus 10, and then minus 10, minus 10, minus 10. And so that way you have your standard deviations from the core. And that's a good way to do long haul trading. Yeah, exactly. So you're not completely wrong there. And that's actually a very good technique. The downside to it is you have to watch for overfitting. So you see the lines and they touch, but there's tons of lines that are missing. If you follow, the lines, you'll find there's tons of valleys and peaks that aren't touching. And there's tons of proof that it's not working, right? But you overlook all that because a few of them work, right? So you have to watch. So you can use those lines, but and especially if there's one line that always, and especially on major ups and downs, it always stops there. But usually those lines tend to be horizontal. Um, but like 14, now that time has passed, it's probably 1410, 1420. So even though 14 is still going to be a thing, it may have moved. But the bag holders that are there or whatever haven't moved, right? So they're going to keep that line horizontal, but the company is going to shift and drag up the floor. But you got to weigh all that out, right? Who's the heavyweight? So, like all things, it's not an absolute, but it is useful and it is a smart, useful thing to do. So, good on you, Tom. You're learning. You're applying some good techniques. And the reason I haven't drawn them is just because it's good to look at the trend line maybe once in a while. But it's no guarantee of anything, right? This company could go under tomorrow, and that trend line means jack shit, right? Plus, now the trend line's changed, right? Because so actually, we should go and spend some time to retroactive the trend line because now that they've dumped more money, sold more shares, right? Ditched debt, they've changed their trend line. They've lifted it, as far as I can tell, right? COVID's ending, so we were on track for 30, but maybe we're on track for 35, 40, 50. I don't know the impact that those shares had, right? And then if we get institutional buy-in, that might even speed up our, so we might still be 50 by December, stable, but it might speed us up to 70, 80, 90, 100 before December, right? Then we'll get a pullback to 50, right? Versus what we were on track for, which was a slow growth to 30 with spikes, right? But no one could have saw this 70, 80 coming, right? That was definitely a big FOMO pileup. And I think we're probably going to have another one before December. I can't think of people just letting this lie. There's so much money to be made here, right? Somebody's going to try to light a match and throw it again, which is probably why we're not going down swiftly. A lot of people are just trying to keep it at 51 or higher so we can, defy the market long enough, fight gravity long enough until we can take off again, which is perfectly valid. It just requires a lot of money, which means it's prone to failure, which means the probability of it succeeding is low. But we'll see. We'll see. Long story short, we will see. But at least Tom's found his calling. He's a stockbroker at heart. No, you have financial freedom now. You can print money whenever you need it. That's pretty much what I do. I work a day job, put the money on the market in like slow growth, and then I day trade on holidays and whenever I need extra cash. You day trade for a couple of days and boom, you got a car, got a TV, whatever. A car's a little harder just because I'm working with 60,000. It's a little hard to double your money in a couple of days. But making like 10% in a couple of days, that's not too hard. 5%, 3%, very easy. So once you get a lot of money, you can roll in dubs. Hell, you could probably even sell covered calls at that point if you had enough money. Yeah. All right. Rich people pay other people to gamble their money. Yeah. Yeah, once you get good at this game, you just people that don't want to learn, just like being a mechanic or anything, right? I haven't watched any video, Dan. No. Yeah. Yeah. That's actually playable. I don't know if dividends are how options affect dividends. I think you're okay. It's only when you actually short the stock. So, yeah, I was thinking of going to get my license, but then I have to work in a bank for like 4 years, at least in Canada. And it's like, ugh, I don't want to be a bank teller for 4 years. But once I get my license, then I'm good to go. But I got to deal with my health before I even think about anything, anyways. Can't do shit with this health. Well, yeah, but it'd be nice to move larger capital, right? Oh, yeah, exactly. Exactly. There's ways around it, but at least being licensed, then I think there's tax. Oh, you mean a sponsor to write the license? Yes, yes. Yeah, you can just get sponsored. Basically, I'm a stockbroker and then your business pays you in. But yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah, those tests ain't cheap, but then that's how they make their money, right? Yeah, exactly. If you failed, you're insta fired. Yeah. Yeah, I love those. GME is doing the same thing as us, just on a bigger number scale. Yes. Yeah, I agree. I just fell through the earth. Great. Is the Dow going up? Nope. Might be a meme explosion, but it's not a market explosion. So it's something, but not something enough. But yeah, Cedra's past life is, I was thinking about it. Since I got into stocks as kind of a hobby, then I was like, I could make this into a job. Like, it's fun. It's easy enough to do. But when you go into the financial industry, you're basically you're doing the grunt work. You're manual labor of the financial world. So it's like it's just grunt work. And so it stops being fun and it becomes more shuffling papers, right? And so it's like it's 50-50, you know? The money's good, but do you want to be welding and hammering in the financial world, or do you want to race sports cars and fly jets in the financial world, which is basically high risk? Yeah, but they're not going to just hand you that account, right, Cedra? Yeah. Like, oh, dear God, don't even, yet, like, even if you aim for the non paper pushing, they're not going to start you there, right? So you still have to go through all the song and dance, but at least you'd be around similar people and you would learn, which, you know, is really what I would want. Yeah, yeah, exactly. But you're going to be monitored and watched and all that. I agree, but you're not going to be, you know, making race car trades and flying by the seat of your pants and on your own. Not until a while. A guy named Adam. I've never met him. He's just a computer. Human. Your trades are satisfactory. Here is cookie. Thanks, Adam. Did he inject you with things and tell you about his rapture idea? This sounds a lot like a guy I knew from Bioshock. Did he want to build a lot of real estate? Uh, what was his take on eugenics? I think we know the same Adam. Related to the famous Schwabs? Yeah. Neat. Might have heard of him. I think he is the same guy that wanted to build the Rapture place. Oh, look at you. You're living the dream back in the day. It really is a crazy small world when you really boil it down. Next, we'll have a fan that's like, oh, I go out for dinner with Obama once a week. You're like, damn. On my LinkedIn, I'm 2 people away from Obama. I know a guy who worked as in the press corps or something. And so Obama was his indirect at some point. And I was like, what? How am I 3 degrees of separation from Obama? That's the closest I've been to famous people. This, no, this is probably a U shape. So the sentiment right went up, went down, we went up again, and now we kind of rolled out. We tried, and then we kind of failed. So this probably is going to be us riding out again, and then we'll start to upswing in the next 30 minutes or so. So this is like, that's the middle point. So it's like a W, a really fat W or a big U. Yeah. Oh, look at that. Small fucking world. Crazy. It's crazy. It always blows my mind, the degrees of separation. It's like, I think the stat is you're 7 degrees from any person in the world. Maybe it's even 5. Oh, I mean, I'm not interesting, but if he's more boring than me, then oh boy. Oh boy. Yeah, poor Kevin Bacon. I love how they turned that into, like, that was the original meme. Yeah, 7%. There's a whole website for it, right? I think you can find out how many degrees of bacon you are. Yeah, that's an old school meme. She's breaking down. Unfortunate. So yeah, it was testing the floor, and before I could say anything, it busted through. So we have about a minute for it to push back. If it doesn't, then it will go down to where it is right now, actually. Yeah. Still thinking we're going to curve up, but you can see the Dow took a hit too. So there was just a short-term push, and I guess that was enough to get us through the floor. But those kind of things are usually corrected, so let's see what happens. So in that case, this might be a useful buy the dip moment. So I'm just telling you what I see, but you can turn that into action by, well, if this usually gets pushed back, then that's a cue that you could buy this, play it tight, and then it might go up and give you 30 cents. And then the next breakdown point is if it goes down another 10 cents. So there's high risk reward buying this red right now. If your money is free. Yeah. So that would have triggered your stop loss. Then you'd wait for this red to get completely erased or level out. There we go. Since it's not done yet. Come on, green. No. So green showing weakness too early on that one. Oh, I was wondering where my volume went. Let me put that back on. I kept looking down to see my volume. I forgot I disabled it. I'm like, where is it? Oh, it's probably just off the screen. Wait, volume doesn't do that. it's attached to the bottom of the screen. Yep. So we're going to keep going. Next stop is 49.40. If this does not stop. It's a decent pushback, but I think it's still going to fall. I'm going to quickly use the washroom, but we're basically in a tumble here. I think they're going to push back pretty good, but I think they're trying to time it. The volume's kind of medium, which means they're not really fighting. Shift it over so you can see the volume better. Yeah, I want to see volume like those greens on the left. But this should shake out all the negative people. So we should see a good recovery from it. Probably back to 50-50. Right. Sorry about the delay. That turned into a lot bigger experience than I expected. Wah. Now, if this here is this is just the lull before the drop. Green wasn't showing enough upswing, so you're lulling before the storm. Oh, so where's our next stop if this falls through? So 48.37 or so. We were looking good earlier for a continuation of the uptrend, but this bit here, this little bit has basically set us off on negative. So I don't know if something changed. Like you can see it here too. You know, they're steaming along and then something, right? I don't know if something happened. Nasdaq doesn't seem affected, but the S&P and the Dow both look like they just got slapped. The shape is way bigger than anything else, right? Aside from the opening volleys, right? So I don't know if there was something there. If it is just something, then that slap could be temporarily and we'll go into a U shape. If it's not, we'll see the effects. Right now, it looks like it's going to roll down further. But if we can stay level for maybe a bit more, we should be okay. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah. All right. I'm going to go make a quick coffee and that'll be my lunch. We'll see where this baby's going. But yeah, she looks like she's going to roll into a U. But I'm still not, I'm not trusting it. I got trust issues. So we had a U here. We have a U here-ish. We'll see if that black line plays out. I'll just lift her up so she's not in the way. But we'll see how she goes. Because we've been leveling out for the last couple days. So if we were going to crash, it would have happened. So it speaks to me that, you know, we're going to have a little bit of up and down, but we're basically trending overall back up. That early drop when we went down to 34, that was probably the vindication crash that I was looking for. I was hoping we would go down further, but the first crash should stop a little early. And we rebounded 100%. So it was incredible return, right? So there was a lot of up pressure. If we didn't have that up pressure, it probably would have went further and we would have rebounded to 30 or 40. And that would have been in a normal, most often case. So that didn't happen. So basically, I think the threat of the crash is over now, or the mother of all crashes. It got muted on the way down. And then now we're in a leveling out period before we go up, I think is what's going on. Let me take a look. I would say it's at astronomical heights. It's showing weakness. So this is probably the last few throws before a crash. If you get under 898, it's going to go south and, considerably. I don't know where the line is. Here it is, right here. So it can drop right back down to 2. So no one's going to want to be a bag holder from 10 to 2. But it's not going to go to 2. It's going to level out around 4 or 5. But this is looking like a curve. Could be a W, but I think it's probably going to go. Yeah. Even this was risky. Here, they surged up, but if that didn't happen, it would have just rolled and that would have been the end of it, right? So, I don't know. You could, when it starts going up on the W, if it does make a W, it'll happen in the next 5 minutes or so. But you see here, it's a little high. So this is speaking to actually going up. If it went down further, you would have about 3 minutes before it could form the W. If it didn't, you run the risk of it rolling. This is a power S shape. So if this goes up to 1019, I'd go all in because it'll boost up to about 1068. As soon as it clears the top of this red, which is 1023 and 1020. But I'd let it go up first. If not, this will just be the middle of the W and it will fall over. But this kind of curve is indicative of it going up. But I don't know anything about this stock. I'm just looking at it. But yeah, if she goes over these two right here, then that's an all-in. It'll surge. I don't know how much because I don't know this stock, but judging by the other sticks, yeah, you're looking at probably here-ish somewhere. 1050 to 1080, 1060, 1033, I don't know, somewhere in there. Yeah. Yeah. Anyways, so yeah, that's a positive sign, but let it get there first cuz red could come by and just smash it. You've seen how big red can be, right? You have all these people that have made millions and now they're itching to get out of the market. So once they're given a good reason, you run the risk, right? Just like we did when we dropped, a gazillion percents in less than a day. It's the same thing. And no problem. No problem. All right. I'm just going to zoom out in case it crashes while I get a coffee. But yeah, if I was day trading this would be dangerous because it's on a downslope. We're like 10 cents away from a breakdown point. So if it gets below the valley here, it'll basically go down again. And that's the risk. Yeah. Well, we're slowly drifting to the bottom of the pennant. So it's getting more and more dangerous to have a long position. I don't think we're at the point of criticality yet, but we're pretty damn close. So Sorry for the delay. Yep, too much, too quick. That seems like a robot. Huh. Oh man, they got completely erased. And the main drop hasn't happened yet. The next drop is going to 12. Oh boy. Titanic, here we come. So that's really how quickly I expected AMC to go down. But you see with us, ours was a little bit held off, right? So it didn't quite happen right away, and we countered pretty good. But it's not to say we can't have our knockdown to 30 or lower. And that might be happening sooner than later, judging by how low we are. We're about to break the invisible line here. If you're currently in, yeah, I don't know. I'm thinking about that as well. Technically, you could just ride it out, but it depends where you're in, right? If there's no harm in holding unless you need the money. 53. Yeah, you're not taking big losses yet. Maybe. I don't know. See if there's any green left in it and then bail. Maybe. Yeah, because the risk of death is higher than the risk of going back to, let's say, 70. But just because we're so low now. But 53, we might be able to get pretty close to it. That's still pretty attainable. Well, eventually it'll be back to this level. It might be days, might be weeks. We might even hit 53 in the next hour, right? It's just, are we going to break 70 in the next couple days? A little less. Yeah. So interesting too, this breakdown, right? Remember when I said with U shapes, the breakdown is either the middle, the corner, and then it's the corner, the middle, and the top of the upswing. So this is pretty much the middle breakdown. You couldn't tell, right? But as soon as it, has a little bit more time and it's leveled out, now you can see with hindsight. So we basically tried to go up in like a middle to make a W, and we just failed, straight up failed. But that's what transpired. Of course, when you're in it, you can't tell if that's the edge or if that's the middle. You don't know until it's over. Yeah. And you can see that when it's coming down, there was hesitation right back on the bottom line. So it was planning to do this, but then we just went under it and that was it. But you can see hesitation now and hesitation here. There's a line basically right, I'll draw it, right here that we're basically hesitating over. Yeah. The pennant, this basic pennant, dies tomorrow at around noon. But that number is 115. But that number is not 100% accurate because this line is not perfect. Here, I'll make the line better. Oh, whoops. I'll ditch this. That's not very useful anymore. Just to the best data we have. Actually have to use actually lower. Oh, that one's pretty spot on. Not bad, not bad. Off meter. Perfect. Okay, now those lines are much better. So that puts us at 1325, 125 tomorrow. But as you can see, we're basically trending to 1340 today. Crackdown if we can't get some lift. No problem. Just to double check, I presume you're a robot, Nick, but if you're not, please tell me you're not a robot before I send you into the grave. Da, 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 da. And if any judges are here, feel free to give your commentary on this robot before I send it to its death, if you wish. Well, that's a no across the board. And goodbye. There was a little bit of lag in the chat. Oh, yes, Holly, I'm still in. And sorry, I didn't comment to your backstopper, Tom. For some reason, the chat was lagging. I just saw it the second I hidden Nick. But yeah, having a good, might as well enjoy the bots. He gets a lemon. He gets a post-humorous lemon. He's already been kicked off the stage and you just hurl a lemon at him. Get out of here. Yeah. Yeah, I'm still in, Holly. Generally, I don't pull the trigger on a 30% loss. There's no point. I just ride it out. I may get out if we're about to drop another, I don't know, 80%. Oh, lemon was to stay. Okay. Maybe. Yeah, sure. Let's go with that. I've been just throwing lemons at people. I got it all mixed up. I was going to kick him anyways because he's obviously a bot. Because he said the same message twice, exact same phrasing. So it's like, And we had one the other day come in, like, take a look at this. But you can tell the message is so worded nicely. It's not like, hey, what do you think of this? Then follow up with like conversation. It's just a blurt. Definitely less spam. Yeah. Well, the reason I didn't do that backstop is because it looked like we were trending upwards. Now it's back to looking pretty bad. So, although options have nothing to do with AMC, they're a financial derivative. So ultimately, if AMC wants to wage war, it's against short sellers. Jeez. Yeah, but how far out backstop for Friday? No way, it's $7 for Friday. What? Let me take a look. That's really high. Yeah, I was going to say. Yeah, there's no way. Because with less than a week to go, you should be in the dollar range. With half a week to go, it should be sub-dollar. Still, yeah, that's still pretty good. Yeah, volatility is both your friend and your enemy with stocks. Oh, so that's what happened the last time I was trading options. It switched me from weekly to monthly. So I ended up buying the monthly, which is June 18th. Nah, because monthly is the default. Okay, so that's what happened. Because it just did it to me again. Yeah. No, it's not a problem. No, it makes sense. If you're waiting, right? You might as well do it. Agreed. And especially if you set it to the price you paid for, who the hell cares, right? It saves you taking a loss. It's always in stock trading, it is always preferable to not take a loss because once you hurt your principal, then you hurt your ability to recoup your money, right? So anything but taking a principal loss is generally better. And that might mean waiting, that might be hedging, whatever. So definitely covered calls while you wait is a smart idea. Covered calls at the price you paid, not bad. If it skyrockets up, you're not going to fucking care, right? Let it go. Let them exercise. You get your money. You didn't lose your principal, right? No, it's definitely smart. Definitely smart. Okay. I got to open my brokerage because I can't trade with that many strikes on my phone. Yep. Lucky you. Yeah, you're not always going to win, but that's good. A lot of people dodge Clove. Tom dodged Clove. Yeah. But yeah, Clove yesterday, yeah, boomed and bust. So my timing was off, right? It looked bad, it boomed, and now it busted. So it's going to go back to being bad. Yeah. Tom did well. And oof to all those bag holders. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I feel you, backstop. But you know, this is the game, right? And I'm glad you guys can stay positive because you're gonna win, you're gonna lose, your friends are gonna lose, your friends are gonna win. And the key is to just not fuck yourself so badly that you're out of the game because you're broke. And so other than that, you just keep playing, right? So that's good. Yeah, just keep positive and she'll come back and it'll all be right in the end, unless your company goes bankrupt and then you're fucked. There's no hope there. Although actually there is insolvency court. So there is actually a shred of hope, but I'd put it pretty low. Well, sir, you're 100% owner of Shit Corp. What do you want to do? Uh, oh, by the way, it's laden with debt, and that's all yours now. Uh, I would like to take the cash everything and fly to the Caymans option, Alex. Embezzlement for 12. Anyone? Please? Yeah, you have to put that little please in there, like, oh, I'm screwed. Yeah. I mean that is technically possible. I don't know how US debt law works. Definitely you can't do it in Canada. But if you become 100% owner of the company, right? You technically assume all of its debt. But that company is not you. So the company is the one that's loaded with debt. The company can die, right? So it's not you. At least in Canada, it doesn't become you. And I think in the States, it's the same. So it's not your problem. A company debt, you can let it go to hell and it's not a problem. But it may affect your credit rating and it might haunt you because you were the turd that put it down into bankruptcy, right? But that is physically possible. If everyone bailed on the company and you're the largest shareholder, it's possible that the company's yours. But normally they would go insolvent. The company owner would shoot the thing and put it down. even with you as primary owner, they'll kill it before you become big enough to stop them killing it. Because there's probably more money to be made in putting the turd down and writing off the debt and running with the dollars to the Caymans than there is actually trying to save the company, right? And then that's the classic, big banker runs to the hills, or company mogul files for bankruptcy and disappears. That's exactly what that is. So, but nothing we need to worry about. Although, yeah, I tend to draw a lot of lewd shapes, Just it's all good. Yes, good to check in on my name. Stocks have a lot of lewd shapes. Last big run. How far back am I going here? Oh, yes. If we go to the beginning of the mega wedge, yeah, that would be correct. Last time we last looked at this, we were trending at the 6-1 line. Yeah. So we were at the 6-1 line. Yeah. And then this was definitely the 05. Get this a little bit better. Yeah, this is what I had up earlier. So right now we're just under 618. So we'll go up or we'll go down to meet the 7.5. And at the rate we're going, it looks like we're going to go down to meet the 7.5 because we're going to hit this line, which will help us go down. And so if we don't get some height soon, we're basically going to break down. And even if we get some height soon and we go sideways, we'll break down. So either way, it doesn't look good. Yeah, Citadel controls 20% of the market as a market maker. There's no nefariousness having the DTCC board member part of management. That's actually good because the DTCC wants to set up rules to keep the market from blowing up. And if Citadel controls 20% of the market's orders, who better to implement, right? And who better to tell you your ideas are stupid? It's not bad at all, actually. It would be worse if it was the other way around. Because then the DTCC would be like, you know what? We're just going to fucking turn the market upside down. And then all the big players don't know how to play, and it all just burns to the ground. Well, no, the DTCC sets the rules. You could argue that Citadel influences that person to go to the DTCC and get them to do something one way or the other that benefits Citadel. And that is true. That is the conflict of interest. But that's also saying, like, my military does things one way, but by having an advisor on my team, they might try to correct me to do things their way. But I'm also learning from them. So I take the best from them, right? And I do things. and I'm influencing them and corrupting them, right? So, yeah, there's a conflict of interest, but it goes both ways. You're inside the belly of the beast, but you're also inside the belly of the beast, right? But of course, if we knew the guy's mentality, we could argue, he could be corrupt or evil or a spy for one side or the other, right? So you could go which way with this, but having cross board, especially with a regulatory board, is great because that means to your investors, we have a guy from the regulatory board. They're not going to fight the regulation board. They're not going to be like, F you, DTCC. That would be just suicide. So it's more saying we follow the rules so much that we have a guy from the police right inside our boardroom, right? Yeah, well, it depends, right? It depends on what you're doing. There's no secrets in the DTCC world, right? There's no dark, dirty secrets. It's just a machine, right? But, military is not a good example because I guess there is secrets, right? But if you're talking about a neighboring country, like say Canada and the United States, right? But Citadel's not at war with the DTCC. If anything, they want to be as close as they can to it so they can manipulate the pennies. They want to play as close to breaking the rules as possible to make the most money. And there is there is benefit to breaking the rules, but there's no long-term benefit to breaking the rules because they'll lose trillions of dollars. All their holdings, all their institutionals will all evaporate. They'll get banned from the market, right? It's not worth, I don't know, the couple billions you would run away with, right? Yeah. A lawsuit about what, though? Conflict of interest? And who filed the lawsuit? Just a random person? If it's a conflict of interest and he's been caught, then that's a different story. But I think you have people suing all the time because they argue that investor confidence was shook, that they had insider trading, blah 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 blah. Yeah. Well, you can usually just read the executive summary. You don't actually have to read the body, which is why executive summaries exist. Because they have to outline what the charge is of the lawsuit right on the beginning. And then the rest of it is just evidence. Yeah. I may seem a little nonchalant about things, but it's because most things don't really matter. It's like if you died tomorrow, it seems like a big deal, right? But to everyone else in the world, it doesn't matter. And even if you're an important person, 1,000 years from now, is it going to matter? No, right? So it's a matter of perspective, For you, it's a big deal. For them, it's a big deal. But ultimately, no, right? Some things are a big deal, especially like say AMC, if Adam went on a shooting spree or Biden decided to go on a marathon talking tour, then we would have to worry a little bit more. At least until we see how the dust settles. So yeah, it's all good. But yeah, when things are bad, I'll let you know. But it's good to bring these things to my attention. But chances are, unless like the internet is on fire, it's probably not that important. Yeah, the share count is, yeah, still up in the air. I don't really follow the news that much because important news will make its way to you. So there's no point reading the scraps. So I have like a wait and see approach, and I filter my news through you guys. But yeah, I haven't heard anything about the share count either. People keep asking, and the response is meh. And then people keep moving the goalpost. Anybody that decided to give a date like a silly person. Wonder how that BAM investor guy is doing now. Remember he blew up and everyone's like, oh, the BAMF investor guy. He's saying it's going to 100. And where are we now, Mr. Investor Guy? Oh, man. Oh, I meant next week. No, I meant next week. Next. Oh, my God. Kill me. But at least if you guys are here, you know, I don't pump you full of bullshit. And hopefully you're happier for it. And we'll slowly but surely find more like-minded people as we move forward in this abysmal, dark, I don't know, I can't think of any other descriptive words. I should really read some Lord of the Rings and get some good descriptive words. Of course he's trying to sell trading software. Oh my God, silly people. I think when the numbers come out, it's not going to do anything, Barry. Like really, at any given time, the stock market knows with relative certainty what's going on. We just don't have access to that data. So what they do is they take a snapshot and then they basically roll the tapes, settle all the accounts, and then go, okay, here is your investors. If you want to pay dividends, blah, 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 blah. But that doesn't take long at all, right? When it's all in flux, it's messy, right? You know, if the share moves 6 times, right? But if you pause the tape, wait 2 days, or complete all the trades, like run a machine and figure out the chain of events, but there's no new input, you're just closing all the trades, then you know exactly who's in the market. So it's not hard for them to do it. It's just hard for them to do it while it's running, because the second I give you the data, it's already wrong or somewhat inaccurate. I shouldn't say wrong. It will not be as accurate as it was. So they know it's nothing can surprise them, to my knowledge, right? So like I don't know what these numbers are going to give us. What surprise are they going to bring? So yeah. Yeah, I don't know what's stopping them from releasing it. You know, like there might be something they're waiting on, because also you have shares that are not traded on the market, right? But they have to report that. So maybe they got to cook their books. Like they have people that they sold shares to and they got to figure out where they are. Right? So like maybe, well, though, if, that is a weird one actually. Because if it's, say you sold to Wanda 10% of your company, you would have to report that. And then Wanda has to report that. Now it's in Wanda's hands. I don't fucking care anymore. But Wanda has to say, look, I own 10% of the company. And you have to say, look, I just sold 10% of my company. But if you sold to a lot of people under 5%, they don't have to report that because they don't have a controlling interest in the company. So maybe if you sell off the market to all these people, you would have to report that you sold blank amount of shares. I think you might have to say to whom, but if you sold through a third party like a bank, right? Those 11 million shares, but those were at the market offerings. But maybe in their past, they sold through a bank and the bank then sold to somebody. So they just say, look, I gave 11 million shares to the bank for 2% commission. I don't know where it went afterwards. And maybe that's what they're chasing down. They go to the bank and say, okay, bank, who has your shares, or who has my shares, right? And because it's not on the market, there's no record of it, right? Now, when they sell, they could sell back to the market, right? But I think because paper shares don't exist anymore, right? I think what happens is you log it in a digital trading software sort of deal, the fin thing. Cedra probably know this, but I think when you give the shares to the other person, you log it into that, and so they have a digital version of your shares, and then that way they can sell it back to the market. But some agreements are only on paper, right? But I think maybe you have to put it in their account at some point, like make those shares digitally real. I don't know really how that works because I am not a big multinational company. But I know on paper you can say Wanda has 20% of my company, but I think you have to go to the machine and reserve those shares or you'd fuck the whole thing up, right? So, and then Wanda would want proof that it gets those shares. It's not just a fake commitment on paper, right? So I'm sure there's something, but I don't know enough because the fuck if I've ever done that. I've never issued shares or levied capital. What is it? What's the term for it? You go to public auction, you raise capital, you have a series of shares, and you are not levying. Is it levying? No, there's a term for it. But essentially using shares to make money. But I think most people just call it raise capitaling now. Raising capital. Anyways, there you go. There's the rough of it. As far as I know, as a non-licensed YouTube entertainer. In case any of you want to sue me later. I'll cut you. I'll cut you. So we're trending off the line. That's a good sign. Don't know how long it's going to hold. We're getting a little bit of lift back in our stock sausage. Oh, so I went to write a covered call, and it's requiring that I hold $3,191 in buying power. So it's essentially saying I got to hold a cash equivalency of about 80%. I have to have 80% of the cash, not the shares, to have a covered call. That is weird. Is AMC entering the Russell 1000? When's that happening? And I would say yes, because once you get into an index, you're going because you're now on the list, right? Interesting. Hmm. Yeah, but it has to be traded. Russell is what? Uh, uh, French or the UK? They have to be traded on their market, though. So I know AMC is traded in the UK, no, in Germany. But the Germany is not the Russell. But it also has to be traded there. You can't have an index with foreign stuff. Like you can't be on the Dow Jones trading on the German markets. Oh, they already are on the Russell 2000. Okay. Then, yeah, it definitely would be beneficial. Now, which country is the Russell, though? Germany? I know AMC's on the German market. I don't know if it's on the UK market. Russell sounds like it's British. Oh, it's American. Yeah, then that makes sense. Yeah, if it's American, then yeah, AMC and GME are both American. So getting on a new index is great. Most of the people in this is American. I'm Canadian, but we have people from all over the world in here. So a lot of American things I'm not going to know, like back of my hand. And the nifty 50 is India. That one always sticks with me. Also, thanks for the new subscribe, Mr. Blaze, whoever you are out there. We're just collecting good people as we go along. Yeah. Yeah, actually, that wouldn't be a bad play, Travis. So if you know AMC is going to get added, it's because it's a machine, right? And people haven't clued into that. Yeah, that would actually be a smart power play. Get in before AMC gets in. And then as AMC gets surged or tanked, the Russell would surge or tank, right? Because we're like the largest volume mover on the market or pretty close to it for the last couple weeks. So we would have a huge impact on the Russell. I don't know if the Russell is weighted based on market cap. It must be. And so AMC is a small fish because if it wasn't, you'd put one guy in there and he goes up 300%, it'd fuck the whole ETF, right? So if it's weighted based on market capital, then it wouldn't make a difference if AMC got in there. We'd hardly put a dent in it. Because I'm sure they got a lot of bigger fish. A 1 p.m. push looks like it's coming up. We'll see. Yeah, based on the volume, it looks like we're going to go into a small push. It's probably not going to be enough to send us to the moon, but enough to get a small rally here. A descending scallop. Nice. No, my good sir, it is not a cup and a handle. It is a descending scallop flirting with the summer autumn moon. Okay. Come on, 1 o'clock. Give us a small rally. Daddy needs his war bucks. Well, it's all based on averages, right? So if the company moves over, it's not going to affect it. So the second it moves over, nothing changes with the index. The millisecond afterwards, the index is now moved generally by a weight based on its market cap. So for every percent that moves in AMC, 1/100th of a percent or whatever moves in the ETF, right? It's usually how it works. So if it's based on volume, AMC would dominate that index and fuck it right up. But it's going to probably be market cap based. It's based on how much money the company has, and then it divides it share price against it. So $1 price motion, 1% of price motion equals blah, 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 blah. With them constantly adjusting, let's say daily, that ratio. And that's usually how she blows. Yeah, so there you go. So for every think AMC is going to do, it's going to move. If AMC goes up a percent, it's going to go up 0.67, 0.63 on the Russell, all things considered. So if everything else froze, the Russell would move 0.63% with AMC. So you couldn't really hedge. I mean, you could buy a lot of a Russell, but yeah, you wouldn't be able to make a quick buck. Yeah. Oh, that's the other way around. AMC and Russell is weighted. What? The Russell invests into the companies that they put in? Oh, or the ETF. We're talking about the ETF, not an index. Because the Russell 200 is an index, is it not? Yeah. Okay. If we're talking an ETF, then okay. Yeah, that's a little bit different. I was talking about if they get added to the index. And so, yeah, you'd buy the ETF to, yeah. But wouldn't the ETF be weighted the same way as the index? They should be the same, or the numbers wouldn't add up. Well, an index can be weighted via market cap, or there's another one. Like the NASDAQ is based on something other than market capital. Oh, no. NASDAQ's based on pure market capital. And like the Dow and Friends are based on weighted. Yeah, that's what it is. So yeah, the NASDAQ is a sum of all the market cap added up. And then the Dow and Friends are a representation of the percentages of the sum of all the market cap added up, if I remember correctly. Yeah, that's if you want to buy into them, right? And ETFs are technically relatively new in the grand scheme of, I don't know, trading, online trading. Yeah, I think it's going to add volatility, but yeah, if you're at that kind of percentage, it's going to mute it, right? Big time. Yeah, exactly. So if AMC goes Nova, I think we're going to see AMC move considerably because you also have people buying that ETF and that's going to prop us up, right? As it moves into that other ETF. Because some people, all they do is just buy index, right? They won't touch anything else. It's just index, 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 right? There's entire books based on just buying the Dow and going to sleep for 50 years and being rich. Because realistically, yeah, you can do that in 50 years. So, yeah. I mean, if AMC got listed on the Dow, which I don't think it's possible, fuck, she'd go to town. Like the stock would just fly. That's a golden ticket. Getting delisted from the Dow, that's not a good time. I think delisting is probably worse than getting listed or has a bigger impact because some people aren't even allowed to pay off index. So if you get delisted, you're toast. They have to withdraw their money. Well, and actually, I wonder if you get delisted, how do you get? I guess your ETF monies just get reshifted. Yeah, because you would still own ETF things. So they're moving the shares around in the background, and you're just owning a percentage of them moving around in the background. Right. So you're unaffected if they get delisted. Yeah. I don't even know if that's the right term, delisting, since that usually means they get kicked off the market, or at least that part of the market. Oh, she's testing the bottom. So no 1 p.m. push. Sad pandas. See if we get an after 1 p.m. push. Do you see the green there is probably people timing for the 1 p.m. push? Bored pandas. Yeah. Well, you got some in-flight entertainment with me drilling holes in the ground. I'm drilling for ice to get my giant spaceship. This, I'm going to call it the USS Tenderizer. And unlike the other one that crashed in the atmosphere, this one, she'll fly. I got to keep drilling some holes. Got to get lots of ice so it can blow up like the Hindenburg. Just trying to figure this out. Best way to do this. Do 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 do. Yeah, and I named this after Werejares, the tenderizer. Previously famed of losing wings as our poor rocket ship went to the heavens. We're stabilizing, maybe get a push here. It looks like it wants to go up. Whether or not it can muster the courage to do so. Damn, this ice goes deep. I don't know. I mean, they're going to try to drive this price up for sure. Right now, it looks like it's going to be, if this goes down, it's going to be a crash, then a recovery. I think is the next big thing for AMC. But I mean, we got to see how this plays out. I can't really speak. Like it was looking good this morning. Now it's looking pretty bad, but it's still holding that line, right? But is it going to be able to hold into the night? Like a whole bunch of questions, right? So we'll see. Okay, we'll readjust the bottom. I'm your background music. That's no good. Are you feeling sad and depressed at the moment? Oh, that's good. I'm glad I got the new sexy microphone, so I'm glad to give it that whirl for your ride at 9 a.m. This is the voice of a nation. Stonky Stonk. Marky Mark. And the Funky Stonks. Yeah, anything in steel is not a bad play with America being on the war path for finally infrastructure. You just run the risk it might blow up. So it looks like we're leveling out again. So this might be decent. Get some height before 2 o'clock. That'd be nice. Ride it out. Ride her out. Yeah, don't get too antsy about profits because the same thing that warns you it's going to crash and explode is the same thing that stops you from getting tons of money, right? And we saw that with AMC going up, right? But don't be fooled, it is going to come down, right? So it's finding that happy balance, and it's you don't want to turn it off, but you got to make sure it doesn't run your life because yeah, it's fuck, what a mess. It's so hard. Yep. Yeah, and there's Cedra just coming out of nowhere. Covered calls. His favorite thing. $26 calls? What are you looking at? Which one's $26? Or are you timesing the 100? Oh, CLF. Oh, yeah. Nice. Man, $26 calls? Holy frig. What program are you using to view? I'm using TD's advanced dashboard, which is pretty much garbage. I'm using TradingView is what you're looking at, and it's a website. And then the game is Space Engineers. Why I wait for this stock to figure out what it's doing. Looks like it's about to break down. Yeah, it looks like it's on its last legs before it goes down. All right. Eventually, it's going to hit that breakdown line, and we're going to have some nasty ass red. So you may want to bail Zeus. I don't know where if we might void this line, but it's up to you. Or just write some covered calls and ride it out. Whatever works for you. Oh, nice push. Yeah, I'm going to bail. If it goes below that black line, I'm going to bail. Just because I can write covered calls, and once I get my money freed, I can do a lot of different things. Well, I don't bail to write covered calls, but sorry, that's not trying to think here. Having my money free, even though I'm going to make a lot of money writing covered calls, I'll make more money letting it not crash my account, because it's not going to be worth the holding. The holding will be a far greater loss than I will get writing covered calls. Well, I mean, you can still make your money. You know, if you, especially if you write a weekly, right? But at this point, if she's about to blow, it's like you could write a covered call and get $4,000, but it's going to crash more than $4,000 in your bank account. Yeah. Ahoy, Mr. Ron. What I could do is then, buy a put, and that'd be my insurance against the drop. But then that's throwing more money into the mix, making a bad situation potentially worse. But we are treading at the bottom of this pennant. So it's a little dangerous. Yes, you can look at it that way too. Yeah. So even though your principal takes a hit, the boost to your principal for writing the call is something. Yeah. It's definitely fun. This is why I trade stocks. It's the wild west of awesome. Yeah, that's the part I need to get into my head, etc. Is basically you take the loss, switch over, and you'll make more money, doing it one way or another. Yeah. So even though you take a principal hit, like those, so let's say I'm taking a $5,000 hit, but the options to write a covered call would give me like $7,000. So it's essentially giving you your money back. But if you're expecting a drop of blank amount, then it's not worth it. Right. So it's like, you got to weigh it out. Right. But yeah, it's all about the time frame when it comes to options. Definitely a part where I need to learn that balance, especially like what's going to happen in 2 friggin' days, especially going to a Friday. It's anyone's game on a Monday, but on a Friday, you pretty much know what's going to happen on a Friday by the time you get there. So, like right now, the risk is quite low. If I wrote a covered call that ended, I could write a covered call for 51 and just buy the shares right now, write the covered call, and I'd probably walk away with, money to spare, right? Which is why naked calls are so attractive. Don't even buy the shares. Well, if it's a covered call, yeah, but that's protecting your money, yes. But yeah, I could buy the shares right now at 50, write the covered call for 51, and you wouldn't lose anything if it goes up. Just potential. You don't need the all caps no. I get the drill. But of course, it's about timing in that case. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So it either grows your principal or protects your losses. Yeah, exactly. Yep. Exactly. It's whichever way you think about it. And it's a better way to think about protecting against losses. That's the way you should be thinking. And I look at it as growing my capital, but it really is not the way you should be looking at it. Oh yeah, well that's the problem. But with naked, you could just buy in, right? From the market, set an auto buy, right? But my brokerage won't let me go naked anyways. So the potential for abuse is probably pretty high. Oh, we're getting a little rally here. Yeah. The only problem is you're tied in for the entire week, right? So if it goes the wrong way, but exactly. Exactly. So you're basically taking technically unlimited losses, technically, or unlimited unrealized losses with a capped profit gain, right? And it's like, well, yeah, you can cut at any time, pending it went in the direction you thought it was going to. You could close the option at a loss, but you can't sell the shares because they're covered, right? Oh, okay. We're sorry. We're talking about writing a call here. Sorry. I thought you were betting on the option. Right. You're writing the covered call. Sorry. Yes, got screwed up there. Yes. Yep. You'll get a below 40 soon enough. Yep. Yeah. Cedra is master at options, and that's a new realm for me. Stocks, not so much, but the options are something I just don't have experience with. Damn. Well done, Howard. It's one of the ways you can make money. Yeah, because the implied volatility basically, or the actual volatility, causes the prices to elongate in both directions. And so you want to write when they're most elongated so that when they contract, you're getting the most money. But of course, what it's trying to do is it's trying to mathematically, because it's so volatile, the chance of it going somewhere has increased. And that's what it's trying to account for. So technically, your risk has gone up, which is why you get paid more, right? But based on what Excedra is saying, you can do certain trades that are zero risk, or the risk is only that you miss out on money. You're not actually losing any money ever. You just miss out. So the potential is you get all the money or you miss out on money. That's it. So then you want, of course, the most volatile, the craziest ass market. So you'll get the most price for waiting, right? Yeah. If you go on Discord, there's a ton of visual aids, Travis. Yeah, I'm not king of options, so I defer that to Cedra. It's ultimately they're easy. It's just knowing with confidence when to do what to do comes with experience, right? So you'll get it. Yeah, options is about timing. Stocks is just about, it is timing if you want to make lots of money, but essentially stocks give you the ability to wait things out. You can't do that with options. Except if you change the income number and the IRS knows, that's not great. It's not good to lie on financial things because they know. IB doesn't know, but they can find out pretty quickly. Level 2 has nothing to do with. Level 2 is market data. You can do spreads on zero. Level 2 is just for diving into the market. Oh, really? The hell's then option levels? Yeah, my brokerage doesn't have levels. Oh, I can do spreads, so I'm level 4 then. Oh. Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, we're talking about access. I thought there was levels of options. Like, you know, no, you're talking about, yeah, okay. You're talking about the level of that, yeah. I don't know what to call that. Access level, I think it's called. Level of access. That's what it's called. Yeah. Okay, you're talking about that. I was just like, what? There's level to no, because level 2, right, is also the market data. Level 1 data is what we're seeing on my screen. Level 2 data is deeper data. And I guess level 3 would be floor access, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, level 2 data. Okay, we're talking access. I thought you're talking data. I was like, "What? Options have level 2 data?" Like, what's going on here? Good times. All right. Let this boat roll. Yeah. But yeah, on the Discord, you can go see the option page, and Cedra has a ton of stuff. Oh, the stock market is pretty much as close to a casino, except for the fact there is no, well, there is, but they're not really a house. Yeah. Yep. It's making some wrong choices. Now she's breaking. Yeah, that's when you get on the horn. I've called my brokerage many a times. Like, have I gone down and fucked up? And they're like, nope. And I'm like, ha ha ha. Yeah. But yeah, you get used to it. You realize what you're doing. Have fun. Enjoy life. See, take notes from Excedra. When you become a high-end broker, you take naps. Or you play some space engineers. That is an ouchie red. But we did break that bottom line. So I am now out of the market. I took a considerable loss, but it's not that bad. It's better than what's going to happen. And I think what I'll do to make the money back is I think I'm going to put some covered calls down and get that party started. Especially if the volatility stays where it is. It'll be definitely the start of next week because I have the monthly. I got that monthly put betting on it going down. I don't know how long we'll stay in the weeds. I don't think it'll be too long. I don't think it'll be as long as last time. Because they're doing a good job of trying to hold it back. But like all things, when you delay it, the longer you delay, the worse it's going to get. But we already did have a major crash, so we'll see. I'm going to have to zoom out for this one. This is the mega pendant that just broke. So I don't know how this is going to... Yeah, well, I'm out of the market now. So instead of taking loss, I'm out. The risk is too high for me. So I'm avoiding all of this red. I took the rest of the red from 68 to 50, which is like a $7,000 or $8,000 loss. But I'm not taking the ride from 50 to 18. Yeah, I'm out. Now, 50 to 18 would just murder me. I can't do it. Right. So I took a $20 hit, which is like a 30% loss instead of an 80% loss or whatever, right? Yeah, exactly. Because this is going to speed up. Hopefully it stops at one of these lines here. But the potential is, we're going 20s, 30s, right? I don't want to be in. Yeah. And partly because I want to play. I've been bored sitting here because my money's locked in. I should have sold on peak today when we were at 58 or 53. But I was like, let it ride out. But now I can work my money, make my money back, and then I'm going to do covered calls because I have that put. So I'll just buy in at whatever price, set a cover call for, $3 ahead. If it goes down, I'm covered. If it goes up, I'm covered, right? So 18 today? Oh, I don't think today. If we crash, we don't have a lot of time. We only have 2 hours, right? So if we go down the left-hand side of my screen there, if we get below that black line where it's touching over there, then we have the potential of a technical breakdown. We might still just push our way back up. It might just do a huge rally, right? We don't know. Oh, I've been short selling for years, Backstop. I bet both ways. I just can't short AMC because it won't let me. I would short AMC. I would have made money all the way down from 70. If I was more confident in options, I could write a put and make money on the way down. But my brokerage, it charges me an extra $1.50 per option kind of deal. So it's like, holy fuck, it's incredible commission. And I'm like, well, this is stupid. So I have to win and win big between the commission and the actual premium. And it's like, well, this ain't good. And it's on a fucking time limit. Like, this is stupid. So I'll figure it out eventually. But that commission is murdering me on options. So either I'll switch over to like IB. Yeah, it's like $1 per contract. So I have to pay a minimum of $100. Or sorry, no. It's $60 per contract and $1 something per share. So I pay 156 minimum, and then there's a percentage attached to it based on the total amount. And it's like, fuck. Now I'm getting, you're paying me $4,000 and I'm taking home maybe 2,000, 3,000. Like, this is nuts. Yeah, TD won't let me short. But you're making money now, Chillo. Wish I could short. It's like that drop there, I saw coming a mile away. I didn't know if it was going to do it, but once it went to do it, you knew what's going to happen. And that's what's playing out right now. Oh, it's almost like stocks can only go up. I hate to be that person, but how she rolls. Now, today I thought it was going to be a little bit better, but once we started trending that black line, it was pretty much done. Like, something changed around 12:30. The markets tumbled a little, and then that basically set us on a collision course to break down. So it's like, ugh. Yeah. Stonks can only go up. holding 53 margin. If the leverage is 1-to-1, I don't know what that means. So you pay 50 cents and they pay 50 cents? Or do you pay 100%? If you pay 100%, you won't get margin called. Yeah, well, I have to switch over. I'm in Canada, right? So I'd have to switch over to IB, transfer. I don't know what a CFD is. Cash funded. So you're non-margin. If you're cash funded, then there's no such thing as margin. You can hold your losses until you die. Nothing to worry about. You only lose when you sell. There's no rush to sell. Contract for differences? I don't know what that means. Oh, you have to top up your account every time it goes red? Oh, that's fucking stupid. That sounds kind of stupid. Like, why do you have to guarantee a certain level of money in your account? Because you haven't taken a loss yet till you sell, right? Yeah. Yeah, I'm just wasting time with engineers here. Why I watch the stonks. Gives me something to do. Now the question is, are we going to get a 2 p.m. push? A rally to go back? Oh, neat. So you're basically trading options, basically. And who does this? It's like a company. So you're using a company to trade basically like binary options kind of deal. Okay. Yeah, I should get switched over to IB. I really do love IB. Oh, looks like someone's going to knock on my door. Give me a second. right. So that was just pest control. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lardy. Friday's coming early. Yeah, we're breaking new lows here. Welcome back. You came back to a very grim picture of AMC. I just recently bailed out, taking a $7,000 loss or so. Oh, that's true. That's true. Yeah, the shareholder might give you an after hours bump. Although, I mean, GME should be priced in already. Well, we'll see. A lot of wait and see on this stream. Yeah. But I don't know how, I should go and see how, you know, like Trey and all those people handle days like this. Like, you know, they must just claim it's manipulation or we're under attack or something, right? You know, versus that's really how the market works. Yeah. Well, but the thing is, you got the boat because you didn't sell, right, Stacy? Now you're on the return, right? So you basically have two choices, right? You can either capture all the gains or capture all the losses. And if you're like me, you get both. Like I just wiped out most of my upswing because I took about a 30% loss, which blows. But oh well. Yeah, well, GME is going to have a garbage earnings report, but it's going to be a less garbage than normal earnings report. But it's not looking good here. Like we're teetering on. Look at how big that red is. So that was a bit of a buy-in to stop it, but we are teetering on. Yeah, exactly. So you bail out, give it 2 days, and come back, basically. Yeah. Well, if this baby's heading to 18 or so, do you really want to ride it? You can buy back at any time. It's no crime, right? You're just trying to avoid this downswing. Because it looks like we're taking an elevator. Our next stop is 46. So it's 48.50 and 48.15. Then 46. Yeah, that is monstrous. Very good. Here's the upswing. See if this is not a dead cat bounce. Let's see if we can push back to the black. See here. Well, if you try to buy the dip, you might be caught catching flying knives. Or falling knives, sorry. Doesn't look good. I'm expecting green to give it a push, but should be soon. People are buying the dip for sure. Why we're going sideways. Well, you have to ask yourself if you're going to exit lower, why not exit now, right? The objective is to avoid as much red as possible. 49 whatever was a breakdown point. So you either get out early or you get out late. Like green's still going to try to push. So hard to tell. Yeah, it looks like red's fucking dominating here. There's a green push. Oh shit, green's on the second chart. Green just dropped some money. This might kick off the recovery. Green just didn't have the volume, but it looks like, ooh, geez, just before it got the darkest, in comes green. It's teetering off. That was still pretty good. I think green's going to try to put us back to that black line. How much time do we got? 2 hours. Oh, there she goes. Well, she tried. Now that we made it back to this line, we'll see if we have the ability to go up. I was quite sure we were coming to this line. Come on, green. I bought this dip, and I was hoping it wasn't going to be more of a dip. I'm going to bail when we get over this black line, though. Yep. Yep. I'm up a whole $20 right now. Yeah. Because of the spreads, I bought here with a market order, and I'm basically not making money till right about here. Even though I bought like right here on the way down, the spread basically put me right up here, and it's like, ugh. I'm catching this pushback. A chance to 50? Yeah, good chance to 50. It was just that was a breakdown point right here. So that was going to cause us to break down, and I didn't know how far we would go. And so I got out because I wanted to avoid this whole drop, and I just bought back in here. So now we're going to try the recovery phase. It was just this was the breakdown from the large pendant, and I didn't want to be in when that happened because I didn't know how severe it would be. So I hedged. Well, at least you can hang your hat, Stacy, and say you done good. No one else did it but you, Stacy. Yeah, if you're planning on holding indefinitely, yeah, writing covered calls is a no-brainer. Yeah. The cheese stands alone. Nah, what it is if Trey goes on Fox again, people see him and go, "Oh, fuck, it's Trey," and they sell. Because the boomers, right? They're like, I don't want to be associated with this. Yeah, whichever way works for you. Yeah. Especially if you write covered calls into oblivion, then you don't even have any stress. Even if it goes up, you don't care. Even if it goes down, you don't care. It's like it depends on your time frame, right? What trading strategy you want to use. If you're gambling, then you're buying calls and puts. If you're a little less gambling, you're buying and selling stock. If you're playing it safe, then it's writing calls, writing puts, or at the very least, writing calls. Writing puts technically has a risk. I mean, it's a fixed risk, but it's still risky. Yeah. All right. At least I'm going to make a few dollars today after taking that hit. Us boomers. The greatest generation. Oh, yeah. It's on its way up, Zeus. This is a power shape. So until it shows hesitation, you're still good. Oh, phone call. Hello?
Purpose of call is regarding enforcement action. which has been executed by Department of Justice against your social insurance number.
Good times. So that's the call I got earlier. You're wanted because you committed a crime that's somehow linked to your social insurance number. Like, okay, buddy. Yeah, at least it's a robot. Yeah. Well, the scammers that were calling from India, people just hang up now the second they hear East Indian voices. The robot seems a little more real because some of the banks use robots. Yeah. So, but what Backstop's describing is the risk. So, as long as you don't care about unrealized losses, meaning, you're not going to take a loss, but you're going to miss out on potential money, one way or the other. So one's unrealized profit and one's unrealized losses. If you don't give a crap about that and it doesn't bother you, then yeah, let it ride. Because your losses are limited as long as they're covered. And then if you set your point that you're willing to part with your stuff higher than your initial investment, you're never ever losing your principal. Yeah. Yeah. Cedra is a little bit on the warpath there. There is risk. There always is risk, but the risk is limited to not making money. But as Cedra should point out, if you don't take the money, that's an 100% loss on the potential you could have had, right? So it's like, it's, you got to weigh it out. Yeah, exactly. But if you're just trying to make like passive income, you can just go to town on covered calls because you're always covered. So they're just paying you to play at the casino. You don't care if they win or lose. They're just paying you for the luxury of trying to win. Now, you could be also a gambler and try to win yourself. And that's really the, right? But then if you get really into the game, you can make passive income and then use the passive income to gamble and then take the most riskiest fucking shots because you don't care, right? We're on our way to 50. Yep. Yep. Now, actually, why I have you here, Cedra? So I have an $18 strike price for my put, and if this keeps fucking around and not going down, what's my best option to mitigate? Should I turn that into like do a counter buy or something to mitigate the potential losses, which are already pretty high? Just curious. I bought an $18 put with a $3.80 premium at the time, which was not so great in hindsight. My timing was off on the crash. And then I was busy when it went down. And then I fucking missed my point to exit at when it went down. So essentially with that, I'm looking at a $14 strike price. Okay, close my position for the way up. Ooh, just got out before that drop. Yeah, I'm just curious. I don't mind doubling down, but it's like I've already dug a pretty big grave. And I'm like, is there something maybe I'm overlooking to get myself out of this grave? It's good. No, you got to have fun with stocks. As much as this is serious business, like I just lost $8,000 today. You can't let it get to you. You'll make it all back eventually. Just roll with it, right? I already just made 150. I'm half the way of a quarter of a tenth of the way back. I got it, right? So, well, that's it, right? Coulda, shoulda, blah 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 blah. That's 100% of this game, right? Yeah, my timing was off, but I was convinced 70 was too damn high. Yeah, but if I could have shorted, I would have been okay. But I tried to, double down on a put, and I kind of got that wrong. So the stocks are too damn high. Oh, Larry, did I not just predict that? I fucking predicted that a mile away. You heard it here first. I was talking about it yesterday and I mentioned it today. That's going to friggin' spook the market. Because there's going to be a flight of capital, which means the market's going to go kapoo-poo. Let's see if they're already factoring that in. Doesn't look like the news broke. Or if it did, it broke 4 minutes ago. Yeah. This might be the catalyst, but I don't think retail investors give a crap about new rules. Oh, yeah. I love the stock market. It is good fun. Like, they're really, once you get over the stress of it and, get a handle of yourself, it's fine. You know, you just have to get past that. And, you know, you don't see me stressing out too much, although it was a hard call to make that 7K loss. But it's smarter to basically take the loss and write covered calls next week than it is for me to continue taking a loss. So I could write covered calls right now, but then I'd have to take a position. And I don't really want to take a position if this thing's going to tumble. So I'll let it tumble and level out and then write those calls. Because covered calls are if you're expecting the market to go sideways. They're the best if it's going sideways. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I could sell puts. Yeah. Actually, I could sell puts. So what's the risk with puts? I just have to buy at that price, right? Yeah. Well, if I have an $18 strike, right? I could sell the counter of that. Right. But I need to have the cash on hand to buy them, which I would because it's a lower price. Oh, you know what? Actually, no, but I'd be buying them. I'd be buying them far enough out. Actually, maybe that's what I should do. Yeah, but I don't mind if it locks my cash away. I'm more worried about the loss. Hold on. Yeah, that's what I plan on doing. Give me 1 minute. I'll figure it out. That might be the plan. Okay, so right now they're trading for $7. So, or sorry, 7 cents. So I'd hardly make my money back at all. 13 cents. So what's the risk there? So, okay, let's say it's 13 cents. If I move up to 18. No, this one here is for next week. This is the monthly. So it has a little bit more in them. My strike price is 18 on a monthly. Yeah. Yeah, but if that's the case, my put covers me, right? And actually, if that's the case, what I should do is I should put it below the strike price of my put. And that way the put would start printing when I start losing money. Yeah, it's only 14 bucks. Yeah, which is nothing. Yeah, exactly. It's basically covering the call. It's not letting you write it naked. Or covering the put, sorry. Yeah, well, see, the put would cover me, right? He talking about covered calls earlier, Travis. Which means you have to have shares to write a covered call. Hmm. All right, I'm going to quickly use the washroom while you're typing, Zedra. But interesting. All right, back. Hmm. Wait for the sell off. The little guy on the streets. Okay, that's enough as I need. But he at least slowing it down a little. Mm-mm. All right, we're leveling out. Might be a giant W. Let's see how he affects the market. Market looks positive. Well, it's leveling out. You'd think this might give the bump. People are rushing to their brokerage. They're looking to give it a bump. Okay, let's see if this goes up. No, it's going. As long as these are moving, then it's still going. I was just thinking about before. Ooh, interesting. Now, that filing, though, is done by who, though? Like, who's writing that? The SEC is filing it? Oh, boy. They don't file shit unless they got evidence. You think you would have heard something if that was the case. Let me go look that up. Whoa. Wayfair is going to get, false conspiracy, child trafficking. There was allegations of child trafficking for Wayfair. All right. I don't see this coming up on the news though. What's the name of this article, Travis? Yeah, that's Northern Star Investment Corp. That's completely different. What am I looking at here? An S4. Commencement of sale. This Northern Star, isn't this the one that got dinged with spying charges? Let me see here. New Jersey Court, Cognitive Technology Solutions. Nope, different company. They were running a shell company out of a deli. Okay, you linked it. This is the state of Delaware. And what's the charge? This is just a prospectus for selling shares. This isn't a court charge or anything. This is same as AMC Northern Star Investment number 2. Go check them on the news. No? Nothing. Bottom of page 186. Yeah, what about it? Oh, I see. Yeah, this is nothing. So this is an investment firm that merged with another investment firm, and they have to disclose anything that's making them a risk because this is a prospectus. So they're listing the legal proceedings that they have against big competing companies. And it's like, yeah, collectively known as the antitrust matters. Yeah, that's like McDonald's complaining about Burger King because they do something they don't like. It doesn't hold up in court. Yeah. What is it called? It's called oh, John Oliver did a big thing on this where they basically just sue you to shut you up. In this case, they're probably suing just to prove a point. Like they feel that they're unfairly doing something, and so they can't compete. And so this is their only really legal recourse. Yeah. But yeah, this is not the same as the SEC filing. So this is North Star filing. If the SEC filed charges, that would be a game changer, and we would have heard about it. This is just North Star saying, fuck this. These guys are bitches. I want to take them to court. Or actually, I have taken them to court. Doesn't mean anything about the validity or the justifications. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, as long as it creates FOMO, who the hell cares, right? Now we're becoming the hedgies. Okay, we got to get the hype up. Hype means money. Okay, what can we do? Tell them they're all apes and they eat bananas. Yes. Yes. Yeah, no, that's because this is a prospectus. The prospectus is just telling you the risks associated with this company. So any ongoing lawsuits have to be disclosed. If they don't and you find out, you can sue them. So prospectuses tend to be very big, especially when there's a lot of litigation. Actually, if McDonald's did a prospectus, it'd be like, we have ongoing court cases from 30 years ago that we're still fighting. There's companies like that. But as soon as you become a public traded company, your dirty laundry gets aired, whether you like it or not. So, tough tits. But that's good, you know? It stops companies from being super shady or lying. There's consequences to lying. ACB. Oh, it's almost time for horse racing. No, Tom's getting in on all of his categories. All right, AMC is gonna roll, but yeah, let's go take a broader look since I got nothing else to do. Let me just get in a position here. I don't know what ATH is. Oh, I see. Okay, this is probably not the one you're talking about. Penny stock? You probably mean this one. Main Street Capital. This is Kramer's, isn't it? Why is there some weird ass lines here? I must have looked at this before. Oh, I did back in May. And what did I predict? A slope. And we got a huge fucking dip. Holy Jesus. It went down to 38. Okay, what did I draw on? The yearly chart? Did I fucking call it? What the fuck? No, I must have drawn this afterwards. There's no way I would have got with that level of accuracy. Okay. That'd be impressive if I did. I think I looked at this before. So this baby crashed. It's on a rebound, but it's going to try to test if it can get over 45. If it can't, it'll probably roll, go into the 36s before coming back. So it pays dividends though. Not bad. So yeah, this one might be a medium term play. If it gets over, I would set an alert, and if it gets over probably 43, you're looking at a breakout. Other than that, Stag. Okay, so Stag did this the breakout because it went over this guy. So this is a rebound from a crash. The all time. Okay, so this is on a pretty good tear. The shape of this is very aggressive. Now this is an industrial company. It took a nosedive, I guess, during the Trump era. It still did okay. Now it's on a tear with all the talk of infrastructure. It's basically almost doubled. Almost. So from its all-time low, it's doubled. Yeah. And from where it is, gone up. Oh, well, I was off. Never mind. It's gone up 25%. A far cry from double. I estimated that one pretty bad. And that's why we measure. This one doesn't look bad. It looks stable. Slow growth long term, which explains probably why the share price moves probably non-existent. Yeah, it's hardly traded. It's been on a tear the last couple days. It pays a small dividend. Now it's been on a tear for the last 6 months, since April last year. But realistically, it started going up in January. So it started with the new retail trades. Not bad. This one's not too bad. It's double the market cap of AMC. Oof. Good earnings. Where's the... So it's barely never missing earnings. Its money's gone up considerably. Not bad. And its profit margin went up, 30%. Yum. Yeah, this is worth buying. If the company basically gained money and kept more of it, that's about as good as it gets. I like this, which is probably why people have bought in. Is it overvaluated? You'd have to do the math. But yeah, I'd give this a strong buy as well. It's at its all-time high. Yeah. But I don't know if it's going to cool off, because this guy here is tripled their money. Yeah, if you're going from 12 to 42, you're basically getting 3 times the profit. Now their revenue hasn't shown it, but their income went from 50 to 200. So that's going to skyrocket your price. They're keeping more money basically. Oh, they took a hit. Okay, so they're volatile. Okay. Wow, 100% loss on the profit margin. Damn. Well, that might put a little damper, drive the price down a little. Yeah, interesting. I don't know. That might be good. You'd have to watch it. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I would agree. Backstop. Not a bad point. Yeah, so here's another one that's just been on a slow growth tear. So this is another real estate investment trust. But you can see it's slow growth, right? Like we're looking at the time span of years here, and she only goes up, 20% a year, if that. And I mean, only 20%, but you've all made a gazillion, right? You've made way more than 20%, even with losses. So these are all decent portfolio. Yeah, so this is again the same thing. Yeah. Earnings were on the dot. Losses, losses. Were they green ahead of time? Yeah. Yeah. So basically, it's the recovery play. These are all recovery plays. Okay. Are these all just going to be REITs? Because if they're all going to be REITs, yes, they are. I'm guessing Tom's going heavy and REIT. Oh, this is a capital management. No, real estate, real estate. This is finance, rental. Yeah. So if we go back to May, right? May to now, you've doubled your money, right? AMC, 5 days, right? And that's really the difference. These are all great recovery plays, right? Oh, that's last year. Sorry. I went a little too far. So if you bought in at the lowest of the low, you would have made 30%, right? We can make 30% in a day, some days, right? You can also lose it too. But it's the speed of your horse means the risk of your horse, which determines the outcome. But those aren't bad, not bad plays. Ah, looks like we're back over the line. Ooh. So it did in 4 days what these REITs did in 5 months. Yeah, might not be bad. It's on the recovery phase. Last earnings were pissed though. Yeah, it's on. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Yeah, look at where it was. 125. I can't even. The chart can't even go that high. Oh, it. What? How did it do this? Oh my god. Yeah, look at that fall from grace, eh? 130 down to an all-time low of 6. Oh my god. Yeah. But this would be probably a good one to load up and then come back in a couple of years. Yeah. Yeah, because you know they're going to get bought out, they're going to get traded, whatever, right? Fundamentally, it was just overhyped. But yeah, I was playing in here buying, this is, yeah, 2018. So I got in along here and bought and sold, and I was playing this bad boy. I remember these days. Yeah. Oh shit. We're going for a second breakout. Well, there's your money there, Zeus. We got over the line. Now we're going for a second. Well, technically, weed, so canopy, had the most growing space, but they closed down because they're basically they closed down the growing space. They had too much growing space. So it's like, oh yeah, you got all this growing space, but there's no demand. It's an oversaturated market. So until like, we can ship it across the border wholesale and people develop a taste for it, I guess, you know. But the problem with Canadian cannabis is it's so fucking regulated. It's regulated as bad as tobacco. And as a result, it adds so much friggin' cost. So it cuts down on the profit margins, cuts down on our ability to be competitive. It's just garbage, 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 courtesy of the government. We could be a world leader and dominate the US in weed production, but our government's just fucking handicapping us. So lame. And that's why I got out of Canadian cannabis. It was like it was going to be a gold rush, except there was a guy wagging his finger saying, "No, you're only allowed to mine a little gold. Sorry." And then you're like, "Well, that's great. What a waste of our shit." Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. It was, I think it was Aurora. Yeah, it was either Aurora or what's the other one? It was Aurora, weed, and one more. Apria. Might have been Apria. Yeah. Hexo is actually just around the corner from me. It's in Hull, just across the river. Hexo, though, is like run by 12 people. So they just caught the weed craze, got tons of money, and their company is like piss. Like it's nothing. But people are like, oh, I'll invest in anything as long as it goes up. I'm like, yeah. 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 Oh, yeah. No, it would have. Oh, man. What's with this push? Getting some sweet gains here. All right. We're going to get our EOD bets coming up. Okay. How low, high can we go? Yeah, we're definitely getting a Fox News bump. I was trying to gauge how long it would take them to get to their trading platforms. Apparently, it's about 10 minutes. And I guess as the news cycles through the internet, right? Because really all the boomers should be at work. So yeah, we can't see links that you're posting just because YouTube stops links. I think Werejar needed a mental health break. He was it was getting grim for him. Let me just recharge my spacesuit so I don't die while typing these things. With my handy dandy ship. It's a pirate ship. It's got a mast. I'm gonna fly the high seas of space with my pirate ship. Yeah, he was face down floating last time I checked. Oh, we all recover in our own way. Okay, let's get this microphone on blast so I don't have to be so close to it. All right, let's get these numbers. Okay, 55. GameStonk, 51. Okay, I'm going to change that to the runner-up icon. That was the last winner. Oh, no, wait. Last winner was Howard. Sorry, got my days wrong. 51. 51. Yeah, we need a wellness check on my name, who fell asleep, and Werejar. 5375. Yeah, Marshall's MIA as well. How's your friend? Since I didn't get a feedback. $53.33. 53. Tommy 75. 52. 33. 33. Nope. 52. Jesus. Okay, 52. Okay, 33 is right. Ownery. Nice. All right. 67.89. Wow, Bruce has quite the long name. Someone's enjoyed a little bit too much Kool-Aid. 6. Oh, did it wipe the whole thing? It did. Okay. 51. 55's taken, Larry. I'll slide this over so you can see it. Oh, Dubes. I need to do Dubes 49. So what's your change, Larry? 55's already taken. 54 on the dot. Okay. Oh, 56. Okay. Yeah, I got you in at 56. Yep, 56. All right. Gonna have to shrink this down. Got good participation today. Okay. So that's the end. Oh, my bad. Right there. 54, 5. Sure. Oh, that's 50. I definitely did miss you. Yeah. Yeah, if you don't see yourself up there, remind me. Oh, yeah, there you are. I got Rick, I missed you, and I got Dubes. Nice. Did I get my name? 5151? Yes, I did. So I just missed you. Yep. Yeah, it's because I have to pause the chat and then I got to scroll and then sometimes it jumps. And then I think I got you and I don't. All right. Oh, yeah, I haven't bet. I think we're actually going to go for a run. I'm going to say 51 something. I think we're going to follow this black line. I'm going to go with that. That's a good ballpark. 10 here. That's 50-80. Anybody got that? Damn it, Tom does. Son of a bitch. Oh, his ghost. Okay, slightly over 50-80 gives me G Stonk at 14. It's a good bet. Okay, I'm gonna hold off till like 15-30. I don't know. It's a good bet. It really looks like it's gonna do the 52-51 area, and then we'll have a sell-off to bring her down. Yeah, 51's the safe bet. Somewhere between 50-80 and 52 probably is where she's going to land, with closer to 51, I would think. Where do I want to roll my dice? This is 50-70. 51 is right here. I think we'll be above that. Unless she crashes right now. Then if she crashes right now, we'll probably be at 50 with 49.69. So May would get it if it goes under this black line. Hard call. Fuck it. I have to pick a number. Can't be a pussy. Okay, I'll take 51. Well, of course, you'd be more shorts. It's going down. When a stock goes down, the shorts pile in, which ironically, the Redditors pile in to try to squeeze them. So it's like, it's a good counterbalance. It's basically a short seller's worst nightmare is a bunch of buyers coming in just after they take a short position. Just like a buyer worries about sellers coming in the second they take a long position. Interesting, interesting. Oh, we got a good amount of people today. A little bit boring in the middle. Starting to get a little bit more interesting at the end. All in all, not a bad day. Yeah, and see, that's... People keep saying, you know, AMC's its own beast. Every stock's its own beast. But unique to AMC is kind of this retardation. And so it's like you have to factor in the X factor or the R factor, as it should be called. So it's like, it doesn't make sense. It shouldn't happen. But goddamn, are these people crazy. Yep. Yeah, eventually GME will pop. I think tonight the earnings call it'll make or break it. Ugh. And I'll look about automating this game we play. I'll try to automate it by the weekend sort of deal, or over the weekend. Yeah. Well, the last earning call did burn GME. They were seconds away from death at a few points. And then we just rocketed up and GME rode with us. And it's like, well, fuck that. I don't know if it was, symbiotic. But yeah, they were so close. So close. Oh, I can gamification all I want because I'm not selling anything. Huh? Oh, yeah, it's going to take a lot to kill it dead. They still have retail stores, right? And they got an activist investor that's probably using his own money, which buys them probably another 2 years until he goes broke. Unlike your local Matt Coors, I don't need your money. You keep your money. I appreciate donations, but they are not mandatory. This costs me nothing to operate. And I can't even use it on food because my health is shitty. Can't even buy steaks and mushrooms. Even if I wanted to. Son of a bitch. Ah, steaks and mushrooms. I miss you. I miss you, mushrooms. Nicely sauteed mushrooms, adding to the earthiness of the beef. Now I just have to have doggies, kibble, and gravy mix. All right, let's put Barry in for 51.64. Oh, and actually, Howard is not the runner-up. He's the king. Oh, no, wait. Who's the king right now? Zeus is the king. Right. King of the castle is Zeus. Tried to merge brown and burgundy together. Didn't work out so. Oh, this is as small as I can make the font. Oh, noes. Okay. All right, sorry, volume. You're getting the axe. There we go. Actually, let's put it here. That way we can zoom in a little bit. Nope. I want to get the... There we go. Then we don't have to move it. Like a real horse race. I'm Ron Burgundy? Question mark. It was a stroke of genius on Will Ferrell's... Will Ferrell? Will Ferrell, yeah. I always wonder how they pitch these movies. Like, okay, I'm going to do this about this anchorman, and he has a zany adventure. Like, okay. Okay, now hear me out. So I have this character, and he's all like, I'm Ron Burgundy. Like, how do you pitch it and make it sound funny? Like, and then enough to sell it. Like, I would love to see how they pitch these things. Just how do they justify getting millions of dollars? Like, I'm going to say some funny words. People are going to laugh. It's going to be great. Yeah. Yeah. Will Ferrell. Will Ferrell. Who's that? Oh. Ah, wait. Why is my brain farting? Did I just say his name was Will Ferrell and now I don't know who Will Ferrell is? Jeez. I think I just did. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. And plus, apparently it sucks. Oh, yeah. Getting a surge in my pants. Free money. If you feel the need to donate, that's my not for profit, not coffee, but occasional transport, and the parent company is Citizen Information Group, which is one of my projects is occasional transport for the train that broke down 3 times this week because it was too hot, and it's a brand new LRT. Right off the line. Newest technology. Why the fuck did they buy it? Is it too late to return this turd? God. Well, it works in Paris. Yeah. Yeah. As long as the snow doesn't get so high or the temperatures get over this type. It's like, it's a good train. It just doesn't work in Canada because the climate is ridiculous. Yeah. Because the bigger problem too is that when you put down rails, rails can only have a temperature range of a certain amount. And so you can gear them to be lower temperatures or higher temperatures, but you can't have both. So if you have the rails good till -30, they can't be good till +40. They can only go up to, let's say, 25 or 23. So in our problem is they geared them so that they could take lower temperatures. So now when it gets hot, the train doesn't work. And then when it gets too cold, because the rails are made of iron, they end up actually getting super cold. And then the heaters can't keep up because they bought underpowered heaters, and then the switches freeze. So even though the rails haven't bent, the switches don't open. So it's like, oh my God. Yes. Yeah, it's because of the contraction and expansion of metal. Yeah. There's ways around it. But then you have to have a rail that goes ka-kunk, 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 ka-kunk every 2 meters. When you do continuous rail, which is a much smoother experience, you have problems. But anyways, good times in Ottawa. Fucking newbies. And they spent primo dollars on this. Luckily, though, one of the people that did the contracts, he basically wrote that if it's $1 over budget, we don't pay you a cent more. So the company that built it was way over budget, all these problems, and we're like, meh, fix it as per the contract, and you're not getting a fucking cent. And then they withheld all the payments for maintenance, and they're really sticking it to them. But then they're like, you know what? We're just going to file for bankruptcy, because, you can do that. You can just be like, well, my company's going under. So they gave them just enough money so they can't file for bankruptcy, but not enough to allow them to walk away with a turd. But it puts us in a weird situation here. We have to give them money so they stay alive, but they don't have to do anything for that money. They're like, unless they really fuck us over, and then we can sue them. So that's kind of where we are now. Yeah. Well, somebody already mentioned the Ortex. Says the short interest is 20%, and the return shares on loan, not shorted, short interest is 103 billion. No, it's all good. 103 billion. Shares only on loan, not shorted. So they've loaned out 103 billion shares, and most of them which don't exist, because obviously we don't have that many shares. Did you put enough zeros in there? So that's a lot of non-existent shares. Now, they could be just counting what's in the air, which is likely where this number comes from, because we're moving about 500,000 shares a day, and we don't even have 500,000 in the float. So if they're just counting what's in the air, unsettled, 3 days, right, of unsettled is 500 million, 500 million, 500 million, 500 million. So we're at 1.5, depending when you measure, billion. Yeah. Oh, okay. That would make way more sense. Yeah, no problem. Then that's nothing. So that's 1/4 of the float, but it's probably measuring what's in the air. If it's measuring what's settled, then that's basically 25%, 20 to 25%. And that's just loaned out. And that would be a reasonable number. Yeah. Yeah, that's not too bad. When that number goes through the roof, it means people are piling in. No shorted? Or is that 20% is shorted? Do you want to clarify? 2.2 million or 2.2% is shorted. Sorry, 20.2% is shorted is what you're trying to tell me. Correct. Okay. A little bit of delay there. And that's of the float, or if that is of the volume today? Oh, the float. Yeah, that's possible. That's a lot higher. But 20% of the float still isn't too bad, considering it's probably measuring what's in the air. Yeah, the market's starting to go red. The Dow's gone down 0.3. We might get that last minute tank. Yeah, see the Dow's sped up. It was trending last time I looked, and now it's taking an arrow to the knee. Yeah, and the Nasdaq's about to break. Oh boy. S&P's already broke. So you see it hesitated here, and then boom. Dow. I don't know what kept the Dow up, but boom. GME going down. AMC probably going down. Nope. I'm going to defy the odds. Oh, it's going to be an interesting end of day. I look at the Nasdaq 100, the S&P, and the Dow. I don't know what triggered that. Maybe Trey. It's just delayed. The boomers finally had their coffee kicked in. Oh, or that might be it. But why would people panic now? There must have been some news. Interest rates are definitely looming on people. But I don't know if that's murder. Let me check the economic calendar here. So we just had 1,300 hours, so nothing came out recently. So yeah, we're gonna get the CPI. Forget what that stands for, but it's important. Oh, and the jobless list claims are at 8:30. And we'll get to figure out how much pork got exported. Holy fuck, 32,000 tons of pork. That's a lot of pork. Oh, we'll get to know the federal budget by 2 p.m. Negative 226 billion was its last time. That's going to be a fun one. Try to remind me because I'll forget. Yeah, job numbers are right here. Joblessness claims. Yeah. Forget what CPI is. It won't let me click on it. Oh, here we go. Consumer Price Index. Right. Right. And the thing with this too is this is basically the change year over year. The US and Canada are going into stagflation. So basically we're looking at, or it's argued we're going into stagflation. So everything is just going to get way more expensive and it's just going to start getting nasty. They're going to probably try to combat it, but I think it's a byproduct, if I remember my economics correctly. It's a byproduct of hyper exuberance and overspending, which, no interest rate promotes, right? Eventually it catches up with you and then you get stagflation. Think. Yeah. You basically die in place. Yeah, you can Google that up, but if those numbers come to be, like they continue, then you're looking at everything getting more expensive. Oh no, yeah, the CPI is definitely going up. And it's going up considerably, like 4 or 5%, right? So, but that doesn't really matter to us as stock traders. We don't care because our money moves with the market. It just sucks for all those chumps that want to buy stuff. Doesn't hurt the money printing machine. Toot toot. Oh, actually, I guess you got to feed the money printing machine so that it does hurt a little, I guess. Oh my God. But this is the sort of stuff that, this is what makes the news cycles. Like, who the hell cares? Gee, some guy who was a junkie previously might have bad languages. Okay. Like, wow, I never saw that coming. Next up, water's wet. And maybe the guy you gave money to used it on alcohol. Oh, who would have known? Yeah, well, that goes to show you. And I wonder who's pushing that news, right? It's like, you can't hurt Biden other than he's Sleepy Joe. So let's go attack his, struggling son who, kicked a habit. Yeah. Oh man, Biden's from a time when racism existed. I mean, well, sorry, existed out in the open more. I need to qualify that. I'm like, that's not right either. Oh dear. All of these statements are wrong. I'm still surprised they haven't got rid of the Klansmen. They're a labeled terrorist organization and they're still fucking operating freely. It's like, oh my God. Like, you can't get much better than that. All right, 20 minutes on the clock. We had a little bit of excitement there. But she's slowing down. Yeah, at least tomorrow will be interesting with the joblessness, and we'll see how it all plays out. And I'm going to spend my evening resting and relaxing and mining for ice so I can get my Uber ship. I'll tell Werejar I'm going to name it after him, the Tenderizer, the USS Tenderizer with its pirate ship solar panels. I'm going to put another one up so it has 3 masts. There we go. Not masses. It's got bitchin' engines. This thing could go Mach 1. Most people put like 2 or 3 engines. That's not enough. Thrust to weight ratio needs to be on the extremes. I need to go to plaid every time I touch the gas key. Yeah. Well, the stock market goes up partly because of the Republicans cutting the rich, but you realize when you cut for the rich, it's money in their pockets. And trickle-down economics has been proven that it doesn't trickle down. They just hoard it. Rich people hoard money way more than poor people. You give a poor person $1, they'll spend it right away. You give a rich person $1, they hoard it. And then they try to use that dollar to get more money to hoard. And that ultimately does not work in a consumption-based society, right? You need people consuming, at least for the American-style economics. So trickle-down economics is the worst because it doesn't work. It's a nice concept, but the problem is the people on top are assholes. Or, it's their money. They can do what they want with it, but that's the thing. There's no vested interest for them to reinvest in the society, the people, the public, right? Other than, oh, Amazon cares about their workers. Look, we gave them cake and cookies. That's about the level of their reinvestment. We buy them pizza once in a while. Meanwhile, we underpay them and they work like slaves. And we monitor them with shock collars. And if peep breaks are too long, little Amazon bot warns you, et cetera, et cetera. You know, that sort of deal. So yeah, the Republicans, why the policies would help. The problem is the people. And of course, they know that. Their policies aren't for spurring the economy. Their policy is for spurring rich people. In fairness, though, you have to have a certain level of rich people, or you have what they call capital flight. So if nobody wants to live in America, nobody wants to spend money in America, it doesn't matter. Well, your economy will no longer be the greatest in the world because they'll all take their money elsewhere where they're less tax and all this sort of stuff. Now, that's going to be hard because it's hard to just erase what America is, but that's the risk. You know, Britain's not the center of the world anymore. They fucked up and they're paying for it still, right? So America didn't fuck up, or fucked up and covered it up real good. And so now they're the center of the world, and China is going to try to wrestle them for it. Russia at one point was the center of the world, but then, you know, a couple of governments later and one giant, well, arguably two giant genocides later, you know, they're now impoverished country that lives off of oil, right? But at one point they were, you know, ruling the waves with Prussia, and they were just going all over the place. Yeah. 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 Well, it's nice that the stock market is open, so people that, you know, have a few brain cells can work their way out of basically middle class poverty. But realistically, it's like it's not, you're complaining about a $400 phone bill, and it's like, yeah, it's hardly poverty, but because you're living in a country that's so expensive, it's relativistic poverty, right? I can't afford a house. I can't afford a car. I could buy them, but I'd be loaded with debt, losing so much money every month, you know, paying for them, right? When I could just invest that on the stock market and make a killing. So yeah, I could afford it, but the cost of living here, buying a house is, let's say, $500,000. It'll take me 30 years to pay that off, right? Or I go to Southeast Asia and I can buy like 50 acres of land for 40 grand US and do whatever the hell I want on it. You know, so it's that kind of, and food is like, it's $100 a month for food. Let's say in North America, $400 or so if you like to eat well. You could eat nonstop restaurant food for probably $10 a week, $30 a month, give or take, you know? So it's all relative. Now, I think Daryl here is in the Philippines, is he not? Somebody here is smart and he's living in the Philippines and he's making US dollars. That guy's going to be living like a fucking millionaire. I think that's going to be my end goal when my health gets better. I'm just going to move to the Philippines or something and then just go to town. Because I can be a software developer anywhere. I can fix local governments easy. Just bring Canadian, you know-how, if you will. Just fix local municipal governments. Just like, oh man, you fucked up. Here's how you fix yourself. Oh, my health? I just have a stomach digestion issue, which causes panic attacks all the fucking time. And it's really fucking annoying because you feel like you're having a heart attack like 3 times a day. And then you just have to ignore the fact that you feel like you're having a heart attack and hope it isn't one. It's no good. You're really liking your Switzerland. I'm pretty sure the Swiss have high-ass taxes, especially if you're a non-citizen. No, really? All right. Florida. Yeah, yeah. So statistically, if Cedra and Daryl are both from Florida, one of them has done meth. Joke's on you, both of them. Yeah, $5 minimum wage isn't bad. I mean, it depends on, the rest of the cost of living, right? Oh, Zeus is back. I was wondering when the king was coming. All right. It's all good. Well done. The pub sub. I love how you all. Oh, shit. Everyone knows the pub sub. I can take a look at it after the horse race. It's not that important, Paul. I know you love Switzerland for some reason. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, Timmy Hortons. It's just Tim Hortons. Although realistically, Tim Hortons is now owned by the Brazilian restaurant brands conglomerate. So Tim Hortons is done. It's no longer Canadian and it's no longer good. Coffee's still okay, but it's definitely watered down. And if one thing Canadians know is their fucking coffee and apparently beer, but I'd give the beer to the Germans. Those guys eat, sleep, drink beer, just like the British eat, sleep, drink ale, at least culturally. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm talking about, Canada. Yeah, definitely. They got bought out a while ago because they just, gave up being Canadian. And it's like, they're like, we won't change a thing. The nice thing about being bought out by like an American style brands, so they're Brazilian, but they run American style fast food chains. I think they own Taco Bell, KFC, maybe AMW, maybe probably not AMW because they still have credibility, but or scruples, I should say, not credibility. They have morals, scruples. So you get better service. Things are a little quicker. They cut corners, and it's generally better. But the quality goes out the window, so the profit margins can go up. So what was, good Canadian coffee is now watered down good Canadian coffee. What was, really good breakfast menus with some weird shit that no one ate from time to time is now highly desirable food at, a third of the quality or so. And it's like, and the price relatively stayed the same. So it's like, Oh, yeah, they were. Yeah, there was a guy when COVID hit. He also sold a hockey stick modified so you can put the coffee in the person's car. Yeah, it was good. Roll up the rim is fun. You walk in, you get a coffee, walk out, you got another coffee. You're like, fuck yeah. Um, well, it's like that in most places in the world. It's always the little places, the mom and pops, that tend to be the best. But I like change just because the food is the same each time. When I go to mom and pops, half the time it's like, holy fuck, it was good, it was bad, it's good, it's great, it's horrible. It's like, I don't want a various experience every time I come in, especially when I'm hungry. Because it's like, oh, it was half-assed this time. It's like, fuck me. There's a deli place I love going to. It's not actual deli. It's what they call a deli breakfast. So it basically does like eggs, ham, actual ham, bacon, or rashers if you're British, strips of bacon if you want to get technical. God, I got to be international on this thing. And then like 2 eggs or whatever, and then hash browns, which are chopped up diced potatoes pushed into a cake, much like a potato cake. But in this case, they're loose rather than in a cake. Anyways, I love those. But then I go to my favorite place and it's like half cooked, fully cooked, half cooked potatoes, old sausage, new sausage. It's like, you want this meal that you've been craving. I like Denny's breakfast as well. Denny's is probably the best I like when I just want to sit down and eat and be left alone. I go to Denny's. You get a nice booth, you sit down, you eat your giant meal, no one bothers you, you get up and go for a drive. Like, so good. Yeah. And Denny's is the best place, at least in Canada, to go at 2 a.m. to get food. Because most Denny's are 24 hours. And their late night menu is so good. Only place you can get hamburgers at night. So fucking good. Oh, well, I guess Walmart. Some McDonald's are 24 hours here in Canada. I think they're trying to make all of them 24 hours, but they're all drive-through. So Denny's is 24-hour with sit-in restaurant. And it's like so much better. Because at 2 a.m, you're fucking tired. You were studying for an exam. You just want to eat and go to bed. And last thing you want to do is drive a vehicle, pick up food, go back to your place, eat it, and then pass out. It's like, I don't want to do no driving. Oh, yeah. 3 a.m. Denny's. Yeah. I don't drink, as I've mentioned, but, oh, fuck. I would just go out for the food. My friends would come home drunk, and they're like, blah, blah, and I'm like, Denny's. It's like, yeah. Fuck, I remember that from my college days. Oh, man, staying up to like, oh, fuck. Looking back, I don't know why I stayed up so late, but I remember like you're in the groove and you're making progress and you don't want to stop because you won't be able to do it tomorrow. I think it's hard to remember. It's been about 10 years. Good old Denny. Oh, is this actually Dennis or Denny's? It's with a Y. I'm making sure we're talking about the same thing. Oh, man. A good Cuban sandwich. We have one just around the corner. Fuck. It is fucking good. Because Montreal has some of the best smoked meat ever. And I've not tasted better. But then again, I haven't gone around eating smoked meat everywhere. But it's world famous. And it's the best in Canada I've had. And Montreal smoked meat is well known. Anyways, they put that on a Cuban. Oh, so good. Wow. All right. So we're in the last 8 minutes and it's freedom of culture and doobs. I was hoping that red would, stop by the time we stop talking about food, but nope. Now it's starting to show a little weakness. Well, it's probably heading to Denny's. So when you do the giant meetup in the United States and go to My Name's Bar, then stop at a Denny's afterwards. I haven't had good maple syrup in a while, too. Maple syrup comes out in the spring. So we should be able to get the new batch. Should already be done. Yum, 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 yum. Yeah, I think it's fall and spring. Oh, they're starting to drill over my head again. Leroy. All right, let's switch you to local chat. Get you back on the close. Yeah, we don't have In-N-Out or Steak and Shake. The best we can do is Denny's. Here, I'll drill in game so it sounds like it's coming through from the game. Oh, God. At 3 a.m., anything's good. Can you just blend this steak into a shake? It's in your name. Yeah, it sucks that Denny's looks like it's falling under hard times. Yeah. I do like, if I'm going for something a little bit better, I'm quite a fan of Montana's just for the atmosphere. Like, I get themed restaurants are kind of cheesy, but it's like the food is meh, but it's just nice to sit down and it's all wood. It's like, if I'm going out, Montana's is always a neutral choice. Actually, is Denny's publicly traded? We could personally revive it. This is my DD on why Denny's should go up. And then I'll just have pancakes. You think AMC needs your money? All right. Well, let's see how she's doing. Oh, she's doing okay. After taking an arrow to the knee, she's actually recovering. Oh, not bad. Okay, I don't want to miss the final minutes of AMC. But you know what, Denny's, you're going up. We'll get a sponsorship. I'll go email Denny's soon and be like, will you sponsor my stocks? Yeah, let me get the sponsorship first. This stock is brought to you by Denny's. When it's 3 in the fucking morning and you're drunk as fuck. Or no, sorry, when it's 3 in the afternoon and you're drunk as fuck from shares, Denny's, we'll be there for you. Yep, putting Denny's up on the board. Yeah, Cedra's in there tanking it. Could be the trades of Denny's. What is it? Moons over Miami. It's a great sandwich. Okay, last minute and 30 seconds, 20 seconds. Down to the wire. Who's winning right now? Okay, this is the final lap. So the final lap, and we are 39. So it is Dubes. I think it's Dubes that's got this. Wow, by a wide margin. Either that or it maybe is May. But it's going to be Dubes or Freedom of Culture if this thing boosts up. 30 meters on the horse track. Last 20 meters. It's still... Wonder at what point does it flip over to May? probably very far away. I think it's still Dubes. Dubes is the fan favorite, the stoner horse with glee. And we closed with not much of a change. We'll go to the photo finish, but I'm going to say that's Dubes. Unless 48.60 is closer. It's 20, 30 cents up. 30. And then that's 40 cents down. No, Dubes has got it. Yeah, exactly. Okay. Finance. Okay, photo finish. Yeah, I'm going to give that to Dubes. All right. Well, this was another good day. Just a little slow, but we had some excitement. But really, ultimately, we've gone flat. So other than the drop down, we're basically flat. So I'm thinking we're going to try back for 54 soon, or maybe 58 if we don't crash. This is just an end sell-off. So I'll leave this up because we're going to probably try for the pennant again. So anyways, see you all tomorrow. Another day, another dollar something. All right. See you on the Discords. And if you forgot to sub, I hate you. Sub now.